Hello, James. Good morning to you.
Hello, 4C. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. And in the studio, he's been manfully manning the controls. He's been on the phone to Bear. He's looking a little more relaxed now. It's Jason. Hello, Jason.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, I am relieved to have untangled, with a lot of help from the bear, the carnage that was left after the events last Wednesday.
It's an enigma wrapped in a modem, if I can put it that way. Well, the news from Bridgetown is that West Indies have won the toss, and Rovman Powell has invited England to bat first, so that they can chase. I'm not quite sure what would happen if they disinclined the invitation, but Joss Butler has accepted the invitation, and it's going to be, looks like Phil Salt and Joss Butler are going to be opening innings. One thing I'll just call out before the first ball, we're going to be having the first example of the clock trial. But
Yes.
tell you what, we'll get on to that next, because Jason, do you want to do 1 or 2 jingles?
I'm
Because
going to
we've
jingle
got
some of the
Akel,
batsmen.
we've got,
This
we've got
man,
Akel Hossain coming in through, and we've got Salt and Butler. You take your pick.
Get up on there. Salt, yeah, Phil is here. Want you to push it good into the offside. Skulls runs around the park. There's no way you can hide.
So it's Akel Hossain, who is, I think, so left arm orthodox, coming in around the wicket. And that first one's played out into the offside. No run to Phil Salt. Yes, the clock trial. Not sure how much we'll be able to talk about it, because they'll rattle through this over. Any thoughts, James, on the clock trial?
I think it's the big thing we've all been waiting for, isn't
Yes.
it? It's certainly keeping me up this evening. I wasn't going to do this originally, but then when I heard about the stop clock,
Yeah.
that changed everything. And I think we'll
Well-
in future be thinking of before pre stop clock and post stop clock when we think
Yes,
of
a
cricket.
bit like Premiership and things
well,
like
behind
that.
the
yeah.
stop clock already because they've had to wait for something for behind Akil Hussein's arm.
I wonder if we'll see tactical stopcock usage quite early on. England same for a second ball of the over. And that, according to my feed, was missed at slip. Would it look like a chance, James? It's
I
gone
think
down.
it was a tough chance, but a chance nonetheless. The sort of thing that maybe we'd say an Australian would pouch and then scream in your face as a result.
Yeah, but it flashed away. I mean, went quickly and it's gone to the boundary for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Okay, third ball of the over. In comes Hussain. Around the wicket to Salt, who's sitting proudly on 4. Well, he was sitting proudly on 4. He's now sitting proudly on 8, because that is a second successive boundary. And that one was swept off his legs down to long leg. Nice, confident shot.
Yeah, and I think, the good news for Salt is he can now bat like he's in a T20 game, actually in a T20 game, as opposed to a one-day international. So it's
good.
all clover. Now, stop clock update, the ball is being cleaned. For
Oh,
all stop
okay.
clock fans out there, we're ticking around.
So, in case you're wondering what the clock trial is, you get a 1-minute turnover. Your bowler has to be ready within 60 seconds of the end of the completion of the last over. In comes Hussain again. That's defended by Salt out on the offside. You get 2 free passes, and if you abuse those, there is a 5-run deduction. And the same applies, by the way, if the batsman is not ready. That gets put against him in the ledger, or her, presumably. In comes Hussain. And Salt rocks onto the back foot and cuts it to point. And he gets it past point. And it's 4 more of these. Very productive over. Really good hand signalling from Jason. Really appreciate that, Jace. Thanks very much.
There is. You're giving Tony a run for his money, who I consider to be the absolute apex of hand signallers.
Even Tony can lose discipline sometimes. Last ball of Hussein's opening over. Very vibrant shirt the West Indies are wearing. It's sort of high visibility yellow with some maroon palm trees. And that's played wide of the man at mid-off for a single. So I imagine Salt will keep the strike, and at the end of the first over, 13 for no wicket. Jason, has anyone joined us yet?
I haven't got a chance to check on the Twitter yet, or X, but on YouTube we've had a super chat from Warren Davis, who sent us $4.99 saying, "Evening all, by the way, I only have you on a 4-inch screen," referring to the shenanigans from last week. We've also got contributions from Linux Lair, says hello everyone. Distant Hand Job says hello. Mark says hello, going to be a big night for us all tonight. Good to see the rig is fixed. Not without a lot of work. And
so it is indeed Phil Salt, and it's Jason Holder. We might jingle him up after this first ball. That's whipped off his hips through square leg by Salt. And is there a man down there? Yes, there is. So they come through for a single. Here's his jingle.
Well, here's Butler's jingle, because I haven't done that one yet, and he's about to face.
Let's do Butler's.
And I can't find Holder's one.
No loss, 'cause we found someone Sutler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler.
Very nice.
Yes, this is one of the knock-on effects of last week's technical mishaps, is that the cart has not been refreshed with the T20 players. So I have to go searching for them all.
I'm quite glad I wasn't around last week by the sound of it. In comes Jason Holder, goes quite wide of the crease and gets a little bit of movement away from the bat. Butler plays it off his back foot down to the man at gully, no run. Jason Holder, one of 4 men coming back into the T20 team, along with Quran Powell, the captain, and Andre Russell, who's been out of the team for 2 years. I think that's the extent of my homework, James. I don't know whether you've...
Well, I know. Well, I am excited about seeing Andre Russell back and seeing what he can do. One for the pensioners.
He's 35 now, Andre Russell. I still think of him as a young tyro. Cool. And that's a wide. So I don't know whether... Have we got a wide in the...
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Nice. So a bit like a house jutting out through the blitz, that wide jingle has survived the carnage from last week, and we're able to bring it to you. But there will be some jingles that are available, evidently. God, he's got some muscles on him, Andre Russell. That is one huge man. Oh, and that is a quick sort of hit and run, as we used to say at school. And just dab down, and Butler comes through for a single. He's off the mark. Phil Salt back on strike.
Yeah, Salt looked incredibly busy in that first over, didn't he? He's like a frog on a hot plate. He's all over the place, whereas Butler still scratching around, trying to find that elusive Joss Butler of a couple of years back.
Yes, where has he gone? With her now. Jason Holder, who doesn't get any shorter as the years go by. And, well, that's interesting. Butler, Salters tried to play that off his hips, missed it completely, so it's not that interesting, and gone for another wide.
Yeah, he's not got his radar quite right. The keeper goes in for a classic appeal to try and stop the wide, yes. but it doesn't work. Yeah, but Holder, yeah, he's another big unit, isn't he? Very small head in comparison to his huge body.
Head, yeah, that's exactly correct. Must apologise for I'm a little hoarse this morning. I was at a concert last night. In comes Holder again, and that's whacked down to the man at mid-off, and there's a shot at the stumps, and it misses. So that was Shepherd. It was Romario Shepherd, splendid name. No relation to David, as far as we know.
No relation to Romario the footballer either, I don't think.
No, I don't think so.
Didn't what? Someone who we used to work with, Forthy. I'm sure they had a signed shirt from Romario. Do you remember Beach?
Yeah, I do remember Beach. Yeah. Oh, and that's launched. That's a half volley on off stump, and has that gone all the way? Just one bounce. So, first sign of intent from Butler. For jingle. Yeah.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Yes, our mutual friend Beach was introduced to me as Beach. Yes. And I found it very difficult because his actual name was Daniel. That's again launched into the Bridgetown sky. Is there a man underneath it?
Oh, I think that's
No,
you've been
that's
dulled.
also a
You've been
replay.
You've been Tony'd.
How humiliating so early in the session. In fact, it's a dot ball to finish the over. At the end of the second over, England sitting pretty on 22 without loss. Anything happening, Jason?
Yep, on Twitter we've got something from Leah, who's tweeting and conversing with us across all social media, saying good evening all. We'll be live again on Thursday with South Africa versus India as a warm-up for the West Indies versus England match.
Yes.
And also, this interesting hand job on YouTube says, hang on, what happened to my precious jingles last week?
Yes. Actually, Mog.
I think your
Stroke.
jingles are probably safe somewhere in the vault of the jingle machine, but they're just not readily accessible.
I want Mog working on my jingles right now. I don't want him getting distracted. It's Hussain again. He's coming in round the wicket to Salt. And first ball of the over, Salt. A dot ball.
Yeah, Salt's
How
batting
he-
at the. He's batting
Yeah,
at the
go
moment,
on.
Salt, isn't he? Like he's got some metal in his pocket, and the square leg umpire is a magnet. Every single delivery, he's kind of lurching
been
towards her to try and play
Dragged
it on
away.
the off.
Well, that's the next ball of the over.
Bit like-
Oh my word.
And he rocks onto the back foot. And I can see the ball disappearing. Andre Russell fielding it on the boundary. Perhaps you'd like to fill me in on what happened between the ball.
Well, he's
leaving the
nudged
bowl.
it in the air very gently
Yeah.
through two players. Okay, it wasn't that as close as it
No,
looked.
so
It was,
good,
it was
yeah.
4 yards away, but I mean, he was in the air for a long time as
He's
Dre
a
Russell
bit like a
sort of lumbers
dad
after
on-
it.
The dad on a beach who's trying to give a bit of fielding practice to one of the kids so he doesn't have to bat anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
Or because the kids are complaining, Dad, give us a chance.
Give us a chance.
Okay.
All right, kid. Oh, you didn't catch that one either.
Yeah.
Well, I think in comes Hussain. They went for 2 off that last ball, and that one's probably will go for 2 as well. Big dive. No, just the single. So Butler back on strike.
Yeah, and Hussain has a walk up to the wicket. It's like he can't really be arsed getting there. It's like he's just got out of bed after maybe going to see
And then there's a
gig
flow
with
of
Ian.
activity in the very last stride.
Yes, absolutely. Then he suddenly realises, oh shit, I'm late.
Yeah.
But he has been playing
Excuse me.
well for West Indies for the last 18 months. I mean, he's won several games for them with his bowling and late order batting.
Yeah, I noticed he got 39 T20s already under his belt as part of my research for this match. And that's, I think that's it. So that's just a dot ball. Butler sort of towing away at his crease. He's looking edgy. He'd love a big score, Butler. It's been a while. I suppose did he get a 50 in one of those ODIs, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he's got a little bit of form. Does that big squat thing and smashes it for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Yeah, the trouble with Butler, isn't it? He's just got one of those faces which looks to see. I was thinking he looks like a distressed eaglet half of the time.
In comes Hussain for his last ball of the over. It's played wide of the man at point. And they think about a single and they think against it. The end of the third over, England going on very nicely, 29 without loss. Butler on 9, Salt on 18.
Disinjured hand job says, never fear, 4-3. Your
Yes.
items are indeed priority.
Yes.
Link
What
says,
a
I scheduled that tweet a few hours back when I scheduled the other stream in case I fell asleep. Talking about the other game that she will be covering on behalf of us. And Pokey Bumfinger joins us. He says, hiya, wasn't expecting this game. Just lift the wood burner at 10 p.m. More wet than cold, that. Could have skipped tonight.
Okay, Jason Holder's back. And that's pulled by Phil Salt. And I think it's probably gone all the way. Yes, it has. In fact, it might have gone all the way. No, just 4.
Yeah, no, nice shot.
It's an attempt at the off cutter, but was just
Yeah.
in the slots for Phil Salt, who came a couple of strides down the pitch, actually.
Oh,
A bit of it there. And I can see the ball sailing over the infield, and it's scooting away to the boundary for yet another one of these. Do you want to describe that shot, James?
Well, that's just a stand and deliver, really, isn't it? He just
yeah. Well, it steps back again, doesn't he, Chase? Yeah. His thing, but it's a lusty blow, and he means business. It's interesting, isn't it? Because it looked like it was a shootout between him. I'll just stop as Holder bowls.
Holder bowls. He's to Phil Salt, who's 26 off 13. That one's a dot ball. It's played out to man at midweek.
I think he just scampered a single.
Yeah.
He scampered a single.
But
Right.
it looked like it was going to be a choice between Salt and Jacks, didn't it? But they've gone for both of them in the side, and poor old Moeen. The Lee Majors of the team, the full guy, is once again in that position.
And we keep
Why
forgetting
not?
this, but this is Salt's local ground because he grew up in Barbados,
that's
I do
true.
believe.
I wonder if Salt goes all the way across his wicket and tries to scoop it over the keeper unsuccessfully. It's a slightly ugly bit of cricket.
Yeah, it's
And,
Butler, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, it is Butler as well, yeah.
Their timing should have given that away at the moment.
That's true. God, he was miles from that one.
It really was. It was
He was
absolutely horrendous. It was like he hadn't put his second contact lens in.
daylight.
Did well to get
between.
that tiny little edge on that to just avoid the.
Yeah.
the
Wonder if
slip through.
do you think Salt and Jacks will be the Gerrard and Lampard? Can they play together in the same team? Played out on the offside.
On that basis,
Referencing.
Harry Book's going to have to end up playing number 11 like Paul Scholes. Just shift him down the order. He's got a place in the team.
Yeah.
Yes, Liam Livingston having to play wide on the right. That's not what I do. Yeah, just shut up and stand there. Okay, last ball of Jason Holder's over. It's gone for 10 so far. Oh, that's absolutely launched by Salt. And he's got it. He's nice bit of fielding. Yes, full-on dive on the long off boundary. And that has prevented the 4, but that has come through for 2. So at the end of the 4th over, England 41 without loss.
Yes, interesting. That I think I don't know who the fielder was. It looked like either Romario Shepherd or.
It was Romario Shepherd, yeah.
But he looked like he was saved from his dive that stopped a bit too soon by the fact the ball also stopped and conveniently came back to him.
I'm getting an absolute deluge of perfume ads. Rabanne, Yves Saint Laurent, Dua Lipa's coming at me through the screen here.
You can tell it's
must-
Christmas, can't you?
Yeah, very big with the cricket community.
You got something, some nice perfume for Billy for Christmas? She won't be listening, so you can...
I haven't. I have bought her some shoe deodorizers, which is in the same ballpark. I think
It's the
perhaps more
thought that
practical.
counts, but
Exactly.
It's in the toiletry section.
Yeah.
It's Andre Russell into the attack. And, it's just Butler's just managed to clear the man, and he's gone for 4 first ball, Andre Russell.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocker, super shatter.
Yeah, Joss Butler had the meanest look I think I've ever seen on his face when he hit that. That was absolute little patty cake for him, and it was slapped back down the ground.
Andre Russell seems, if anything, bigger than when we last saw him 2 years ago. And that's completely missed by Butler, who tries to pull it, and it goes straight through to Nicholas Pooran behind the stumps.
He does. I mean, I'm sure plenty of people have seen Andre Russell recently, but he looks more like a Fortnite character than any cricketer has the right to be with his bleach blonde mohawk he's sporting.
Yeah, he does look...
quite a lot of
looks
effort behind that ball. But it's hard to tell when you're a man of his stature.
Yes.
It's a little bit like one of the henchmen from RoboCop, perhaps. And that comes across the stumps again. Joss Butler again tries his scoop. Again, either completely misses it or gets a little edge because Puran's interested in appealing, but I don't think there was any. I don't think he was anywhere near it, to be honest.
No,
I think they're going to give that an appeal because I thought that he got a tiny little flick on that.
Oh, did you? Okay, that's it. Yeah, they're definitely conferring about. Yeah, they are reviewing it.
Okay. So Butler's 14 off 11. Would be a shame if he got stifled in his as he was getting going. They're both kind of leaning.
His head, isn't he?
I think he's somewhat phlegmatic. He's either walking back or he's not. There's nothing he can do about it now. Yeah,
Ooh.
just there, I think.
God, you've got good eyes, Jason. I think you could be right here.
Oh dear, goodness me. Yes. He didn't miss the stump, by the way, by very much either.
No. Well, he's played like Joss Butler, like I'd say 50% of this innings. And he's played like Frank Spencer the other 50%, unfortunately, and that was very much in the some mothers do have them category.
A ChatGPT version of Just Butler. I'm not sure quite what that means, to be fair.
Well, they're all walking away. They think
they
might have not got that.
Yeah.
I think.
Here we go. I'm going to see now.
Ultra Edge is our friend if you're English.
Oh, he's missed it.
Nothing happening there.
Ooh, that is a fag packet paper.
It really is. That is how that hasn't. That is as close as you can get to the bat without actually touching a part of it. You lucky sod, Butler. But he needs a bit of luck at the moment.
Yeah, it could be a
You just imagine
point.
what they're saying. I hate you, Butler.
Yeah.
Those pivot moments in history, like Franz Ferdinand. In comes Andre Russell again. It's kind of scooped and in the air, and what's happened there? It's a dot ball.
He's just missed it. I feel a boycottian ire rising in me of thinking, just play a bloody cricket shot. Don't do something fancy.
We've got 2 balls of our time. It comes and goes very quickly in T20s. We've got 2 balls of our time left together. Andre Russell comes his 5th ball of the over. I can tell something's about to happen from that.
Yep.
And what's actually happened is that Joss Butler has connected with one of those scoops. It was a little fuller and it's gone all the way for one of these.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
That's more like it.
Yeah, if you try something enough times, you're going to get it right eventually. But he really did. And that was perhaps the hardest one of them to hit.
Yeah, that was a pretty good Yorker by Dre Russ.
It was right up in the slot. Last ball of the over. And that real agricultural wahoo, which Butler completely misses at the end of the 5th over. Excuse me. Salt on 29, Butler on 20. That's a 50-wicket partnership because England are 51 without loss. And we will be handing over to a new commentary team. Now, we'll speak to you later.
Thank you, Forthy and crew. Richard Asher taking over on the ball by ball. We've got to make it quick here on T20. Who have I got on with me?
James, I'm still here. I'm going to be doing socials here.
Hi, James. Welcome. And?
Thank you.
Hello all. This is Ajit from the Armchair Cricket Podcast.
Hello, Ajit. I think we haven't been on together before. James, maybe once, ages ago.
Yeah, I think age.
In the middle of the night when England were in New Zealand.
Oh, dear. Yeah.
Might well have been that, hence the blurry memories. Anyway, here's Alzari Joseph. Salt on strike. This is way down leg side. It's going to be the easiest of decisions for the umpire. Roll it again.
Well, West Indies have put, England have put West Indies right under the pump. It's 52 for no loss at the end of 5 overs. Pretty much helter-skelter T20. But Phil Salt with a bit of intent right at the start. He's looking to firm up his place for a World Cup year.
Yeah, and he's got another four goes at it to make it rock solid, that place, as this ball is smashed back over the bowler's head. So 4 runs for Salt. That place is looking solider by the moment.
Well,
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Not a terrible
was
delivery,
fantastic.
that, but he really just stood and delivered, as it were. tired of making room for himself. Hasn't moved a bit there and just bludgeoned it straight over the bowler's head. So he moves on to 33 off 16. Here's Joseph once more. He's starting to trot all over the place again. His Salt, he's launched it into the offside. And that has gone all the way for one of these.
Well, look, yeah, there was no width there. It was on the off stump. What you saw is he's batting well outside his crease, even for somebody who bowls with a bit of pace, somebody like Alzari. This one, he was back in the crease, looks like. Well, it looks like there is some intelligence there. It was not a very big 63 meters, but, well, it's the same boundary for both teams, right?
What can he do with this one? Not a lot, just bunts it down to mid-off, and that's that. So he is kind of alternating between making that space for himself, isn't he? And then every other ball he's staying in a more conventional position, and every now and then Joss Butler gets the strike. He's on 20 for 15, and from 15, and will be in charge of facing the rest of this over.
Well, he could use a hit himself. He got 150 knock, I think, in the ODI series, but there were 2 failures around it.
Yeah,
so
and
even
even
to get a rapid 40 maybe here.
Yeah, and even his boundaries, they don't convince yet. It looks like a man trying to find his timing and getting away with it sometimes. But here's a chance to impress as Joseph comes into him again. Would have been way down leg side, but Butler goes with it, gets bat on it, and my feed is hanging, but it looks like it is going to be fielded on the boundary down there at deep square
It
leg.
was fielded on the boundary by Jason Holder, and they got back for 2.
They got back for 2, which brings us on to 65 without loss, and it's been
dear.
called a no ball.
Oh, that's criminal.
That's bad. I mean, they're already going at about 10 and over, and wow,
That's a
no
big
ball.
one, yeah. Really, that's a kind of match fixing length no ball.
no,
To
I mean,
just, I'm
you
not
can see his
suggesting
back
it
leg
is
is
match
okay.
fixing, but it is quite. It is that length that you would have
I
had.
know
If
what
you
you
got that
mean.
in your mind, that is what it is.
You can't not think about it when the ball. This is quite a good delivery, but it is nonetheless smashed past mid-on, a leaping mid-on for 4 runs. The Yorker has been dug out and gone for one of these.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
Okay, not quite a Yorker, but it was foolish.
Full. No, but how many people in world cricket would be actually able to time it that well, just straight off mid-on, you think, right? It's crazy. Only Butler, I think. So he almost sort of bent his front elbow or back elbow just to see the bat come through.
This one is dropped away on the leg side quite casually and unremarkably by Butler. So I think that does finally conclude the over, does it?
There's one to come.
Conclude the
One to
over.
come. No, but
yeah.
we see
more.
a bit of Sammy's touch here because the teams are completely different, the ODI and the T20 teams. This one is led by Roman Powell, but also Andre Russell coming back after 2 years, right? So for the first time. Could be Sammy who's doing this?
Yeah, it
Bringing
feels
some
like a
old players
Sammy
back?
thing. Yeah, don't you think so? Yeah, I think he's changed things up enough to do that.
Yeah.
So Salt on strike for what should be the last ball of the over. It won't be
Oh
because
dear.
it's gone for wide and it's gone through the wicket keeper's legs. It is 4th team village stuff. 4 runs past the keeper, well, through the middle of the keeper. And this over drags on into what will be a 9th ball.
25 runs of the 5 balls so far.
Oh, that is unforgivable by the keeper.
Nah, yeah. Keep your legs together, man.
It's the first thing they say to you at wicket keeping school.
As
Legs together.
I think Raman Subbarao heard from a Fred Truman once. I would have stopped the ball if I had kept my legs together, he said. Fred Truman replied something about his mother doing the same thing. Anyway, yes.
Never mind. As Salt plays it away, as shortish off the hip, worked onto the leg side. He'll sneak a single from that, and I think that Joseph finally can grab his hat. I think it was 71 at the end of the over. Any socials
76.
after that long? 76.
Yeah, 76.
Shall we head over to YouTube? So Emily Elizabeth said, "What a lovely surprise! Live notification. Lol. I've been so out of the loop. How is everyone?" Leah's here on the Indian feed earlier. It was the usual ads, lorry tyres and cements. We were complaining about the amount of perfume ads, of which we're being subjected to even more now. And Ian was talking about Franz Ferdinand, disinterested hand job. Asked the question that I was thinking at the same time, which is Franz Ferdinand the band or the bloke? I think we can agree that it was the bloke in that instance. Kieran Roseblade seemed to miss the last of the one-day internationals, couldn't seem to connect. Well, therein lies the story. Anyway, evening all, but these 2020s are much like the one-dayers, but without the 30 overs of shite in the middle.
Come on.
Actually, not having that. Not having that.
We saw the full beauty of what one-dayers are in that World Cup, including a very tense
in
final.
selected matches from that World Cup, Ajay.
Yeah.
In selected matches.
Yeah, that's true.
What is the strike range of those interesting ones is the question. But it did hot up towards the end of the tournament.
As it should. Every tournament should.
As it should.
What do we make of this hairstyle of Andre Russell here? A blonde mohawk?
He's had crazy mohawky stuff
Oh.
as long as I can remember. Anyway, Salt has launched this into the onside. There's an attempt at a catch on the boundary.
I think
One
he's
of those
done
where
it,
you jump
Hetmeyer.
out and jump back in again.
Yes.
And I think he's pulled it off, has he not?
At least he's
I
claiming
think-
he's done it.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
Very
it's looking
nonchalant.
pretty good. They might check this, but it looks like England have lost their first wicket at first glance, and Salt will be on his way for 40. But let's confirm that with a replay.
Wow.
So, who is that overbalancing on the boundary?
Hetmeyer.
Is Hetmeyer. Steps in pretty much standard procedure nowadays for professional boundary fielders, and I can't see any problem with that on the replay.
I mean, how quickly he threw it when he knew his feet was going to land outside the boundary. That's quite something.
Yeah, he's good. I mean, the fact that that's standard practice nowadays should never take away from the fact that there's still an absolutely tremendous bit of fielding and awareness from him.
To see it in such slow motion, quite incredible. And he's done it cleanly, I think. You're right.
Yeah, really, really, really good. So Salt was looking at his bat as though it was his bat's fault rather than his fault. But I think he's got a great quick-fire innings from him there.
He's done what he was setting out to do.
He's certainly done a job for England. 77 for 1 after 6 and a bit overs is not a bad spot to be. Russell is into the wickets as he returns to the West Indies setup after all this time. The man who, let's not forget, played one test match, and one test match only, ever, for the West Indies. Can anyone remember when that was? How long ago that was? 2010, since I'm seeing shaking heads.
Are we talking of Andre
Against Sri
Russell
Lanka.
here?
Beg your pardon?
Whom are we talking of? Andre Russell?
We're talking of Andre Russell and his solitary test match. Isn't that amazing? And how long ago it is.
Well, he had some promise. He could have taken the new ball potentially, right, in tests. Then I think he decided to bulk up his body rather than become match fit.
Are we going to jingle up Will Jacks?
We are, and here it is.
It might be Will Jacks. Maybe it's Will Jacks. It's
We're back just in time to see Jacks get off the mark with an edge off the shoulder of the bat, it looks like, down to third man. He'll scamper a single.
He handled that well, must be said. It rose awkwardly off a length onto him, but he guided it edgily through to third man, where a gully could have been. But yeah, well done him.
Yeah, it's an over that started very well and very encouragingly for Russell. After he came in for a little bit of treatment on his first, on his comeback over in the West Indies purple.
Indeed. I mean, look, at least the village blacksmith impression that Salt had set out to do, I think he's achieved.
Here we go again. This one's outside off stump. Also shortish. There's a direct hit as the batsmen go for a single. Direct hit at the striker's end. I think everyone is home safe. In this case, Jacks.
That was incredible running, I would say. I thought there was not a lot of time there, but Will Jacks was probably half the way by the time Butler bunted it down to the short third man region, where I think it was Alzari Joseph, by the way. Very good fielding, but, well, Jacks was faster.
Good fielding, good backing up, and good cricket all round. Until there's a Mankad attempt and everyone throws their hands up and starts
it's the T20,
whining.
isn't it?
So Russell in once more to Jax. It's a good ball just outside off stump. Jax times it nicely down to third man for another one. They're pretty quiet over in terms of boundaries. We've had wicket 1-1-1 so far. Russell operating around the 140 mark, and the run rate at exactly 12 and over, with England on 80 for 1.
Something nice to see occasionally. Somebody like Will Jacks, a clean cut man, not somebody with cartoons running up and down his arm. Looks more like a test match player, frankly.
That's short. There's an attempt to ramp it from Butler, who's doing his best to bend himself double backwards. But as with some of the more modern shots that he has tried tonight, this one doesn't come off. He's only got hold of 1 out of 3 ramps. Not ramps. What's the other one?
Scoop? The other side? Well, somebody tell him that the conga line is already gone.
We all need a crash course. None of this stuff is in the coaching manual on my shelf. Anyways, coming in to complete the over is Russell. It's full targeting the stumps, and there's nothing Butler can do with it. Straight onto the covers. It feels like it's been ages since the last social. What have we got? 80 for 1.
Well, so what we've got is you're talking about Andre Russell's hair, and I pointed out earlier that I thought that he looked like a Fortnite character. Leah is slapping me down here. You're not making any points with me with the Fortnite jokes. I may be younger than you and also a nerd, but I'm too old for that annoying game for ADHD adult Zoomers. And then follows up with, hello, Ajit. Satan by name says hopefully Butler can find some form. I think we'd all agree with that. Collins there, interesting score on the ticker. He says, Popey Bumfinger says, I have ADHD. Yeah, so do I. Nice to have a fellow ADHD around. And Fortnite is still bollocks for me too, which is something I think we can all agree on.
Well, hello to Leah as well. I think she was saying hello to me, but yes.
Yes, absolutely.
We have a new bowler as well.
Leah from my side.
I don't think we'll see Alzari again today, potentially. But, yeah.
So, Romario Shepherd into the attack, into Jax. He's played it through the ring on the offside. There's a man out there to do the cover, of course. And he'll only get the 1.
Did he get a bit of movement off that from the pitch? I think the ball moved away.
Looked a little bit like he did, didn't it?
I would have probably given the new ball to this guy ahead of anybody else simply because of the form he's in.
Yeah.
He's been doing well in the ODIs. And Russell can finish it off, maybe. But, well, Russell did come back well. So.
Yeah, and Hossain did a reasonable job up front. It felt like he could have had a couple of wickets. The batsman had to really force the issue with him. I'm curious how his spell's going to finish up. But right now it's all about Shepherd. This one on a straight, good length. And it is blocked down to the bowler, albeit with some intent from Joss Butler. But he's not going to get a run there.
What do we think is the... in the meantime, we get a look at the newly minted assistant coach of the England setup. A certain Andrew Flintoff.
Is that Andrew Flintoff?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, I'm momentarily stunned, but what I can tell you as I recover from that is that it's been played uppishly into the offside, but there's vacant space, so there'll be a run for Butler there, but far from convincing. I'll put the question again. Was that really Andrew Flintoff?
It was, yes.
He looks very different somehow.
Yeah, he had that accident, didn't he? And so I think facially he is still sort of recovering from that, but...
You see some scarring on his face, yes.
Yeah, the good news is that he's sort of finding his way again in the cricket community, sort of fallen back on that first lot.
Jax gives himself room, backs miles away to square leg, ends up playing it out past into deep point, and he'll get 1 run.
That was an interesting field. I didn't spot a conventional point at all there. They had left that area empty, allowing him to have an easy single if that's what he wants. So this is again good bowling. Just 3 singles of the first 4 balls here, Romario Shepherd. When I look at the bowling composition of these two teams, West Indies are pace heavy, where England is actually spin heavy. That's interesting, isn't it? England have Rehan Ahmed, Adil Rashid, Liam Livingstone, and just 3 potential pacemen.
This one's driven off a fullish length by Butler. The mid-off is a little deep, so there's 1 there for him. Yeah, it's like the old days, isn't it? Like the good old days, West Indies pace attack.
Yeah,
where have we heard that
one
before?
Spinner to take some time off while somebody's taking a breather.
Just to give the others a rest.
I mean, we shouldn't call Akil Hussain just somebody who can take some time off. He has his own credentials as a good T20 bowler.
Yeah, he
No
does,
doubt.
certainly.
Well, he had a rather ordinary start, but I think 10 runs on over. Looking at how things are going here, you're doing all right.
Looks like mid-off is dropping 3/4 of the way to the boundary, but Jax is not interested in targeting that area. He's found the sweeper. It's going to be one more. Interesting that they've built a beach. Do they really need to build a beach on the spectator banks in Barbados?
Well,
where we can see a cruise ship within
Yeah.
a 9-iron of the field.
When you're catering to English gammon, you always need to build a beach wherever you may be.
What's that other thing you need to sell? What's it called? Oh, a beer. Beer, that's it. Yes, beer.
That always.
Lager.
We're seeing lots of shots of middle-aged English tourists having the time of their life and maybe expressing themselves more than we would want them.
An occasional family as well, but that's all right.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't seen enough families so far. It just seems to be middle-aged folks on the piss.
It's nice. Yeah, carry on.
No, I was just going to head into socials. We're still talking about games here. As we're about to start a new over, I will stop.
Yeah, sorry about that. Blame the shot clock. This one's gone high into the sky. Jax is trying to hit a 6, and
he has.
Where did that land? Well, then let's have a jingle for it.
Not his day, is it? While we get our conductor letting us know that the jingle is done. Alzari, poor guy. It was a definite miscue. But it just made it over the line.
Can't believe it made it, actually.
Higher.
Yeah.
Huh? Went quite high rather than long, but doesn't matter. They
None
give you
for
only 6 runs,
31
right?
his
No matter how
figures
hard
after
you-
1.1 overs. Here he comes again to Jax, who moves outside off stump
Oh,
this
dear.
time. He's miscued this
I
one,
think
but I
he's
think he's
dead
going
for
to
a
get
6
away with
behind
it. Yeah, it's a 6 over the wicket keeper's head, is it not?
It is,
At
yeah.
least it's a boundary shot. We are awaiting the adjudication.
It's a 6, I think. Yeah.
All we know is just with that pace, he missed it. It hit the stoppage, but he carried on with the shot, meaning it went behind him. Indeed, it took actually the face of the bat.
Yeah, he was trying to help it on its way in that direction, so it wasn't. I wouldn't call it 100%
Dear,
miss
it's
hit.
another no ball.
Oh. Two of the most unlikely 6s I've ever seen. On both occasions, as soon as he hit it, I was convinced he was going to be out. And 6 both times.
Yeah,
These bats,
Yeah.
probably a lot of bulking up as well, a lot of weight training, core strength training. He's not a big lad, this guy. I mean, he's compact, but I think he's very strong.
So here's the free hit. Where's it going to disappear to? As is so often the case, after a couple of 6s, you then get the free hit. And it's a flaming dot ball. He plays it along the ground. It squirts out somewhere behind in the gully region. There is a man there.
We still don't know what happened to that. Was it adjudicated as 6? Because the scorecard on screen doesn't show it.
Good. Well, I think
it was a
Yeah,
6.
it was a 6. No,
It looked
been
like
given
it was a
6.
6. I think it actually just hit the advertising hoardings behind the sponge.
I think
No,
it probably
it's-
says 6NB on the screen, but you need
Then there's no
you need
6
to be in
next
a
to it, there's a
cinema to
6.
be able to see that font size.
By the way, the extra ball didn't cost him anything. It was a pinpoint Yorker that he just managed to get it to a very finely placed shot, third man. Almost a deep gully. But yeah,
Right, so here's Joseph once again, hoping to rescue this over somehow. Jax
on.
has another crack at it, another drive up
I
into
don't
the
think it went
air on
that
the
far.
offside. There is a man under it, and it's a spectacular catch. Is it? Yes?
it is. I think it's Brandon King by the looks of it. He took the catch.
Strange reaction there from the fielders. They have a polite conversation. There were two fielders converging on it, and you sense there was a miscommunication as the ball hung in the air in the cover, the region between, well, I'd say mid-off really. Cover was running backwards, long off was running inwards.
Now you can
Cover
see the
got to
conventional
it.
wisdom is to let the man coming in take it, right? Because you're going backward if you're going from cover.
Exactly,
well,
and then
he
the
caught it.
last minute decision, the last minute change of plan.
Leaping Salmon, he caught it.
Yeah, it looked good for Salman, but he looks like he might have been preferred to let the man running in take that. But no harm done for West Indies.
great catch in the end, though, even though he screwed up initially.
Oh yeah, one of those where you think it didn't need to be a spectacular catch, though.
100%,
Wonderful
exactly
catch.
that.
It could have been just Polter coming in and like landing in
Yeah.
his palm. All right. But he's done his job. You think 17 of 10? 17 of 9.
Don't say no to that.
12 overs left and 8 wickets in hand. I think England can afford to lose one every 9 balls effectively. One wicket every 9 to 8 balls. They're all right, I think.
Yeah, and that's the thing with T20 cricket, isn't it? There's no chance of getting bowled out, really.
Well,
This is
I
the
thi- I
difference
think-
to the 50-over business, except no one ever loses a wicket in the middle overs.
Yeah, but I think the one thing I'd say for Jacks is with Bairstow more than likely to come back into the side, then maybe it's a shootout between him and Salt at some point, and he'd be a little bit disappointed with that.
I wouldn't, I think, because Jacks can bowl handy better than handy off spin. And he
Yeah,
can bat
agree.
top of the order, always.
So Duckett is off the mark straight away as it's on the leg side for the left-hander,
I think it
and
may have
it's
been a
an
leg
easy
by.
single tucked away into the leg side.
I'm curious if that's a leg by. Never mind. So that's that. Well, did Alzari Joseph's day get any better? Is the question. He had bowled 9 balls for 38 runs, 8 balls for 38 runs before that. Then it became 9 balls for 38, but 1 wicket. Wow.
And we've got a couple left in this over, I think. Yeah, a couple of balls left to go.
Yes. They had strung together a couple of very impressive overs actually between Russell and Shepherd. Suddenly
Yeah,
the pressure
agree.
is all gone. 2 big hits and 2 more balls to come this over. Well, the wicket has fallen, but that's nothing because England's net run rate or run rate never dipped under 10, I think, even after the first over. They're fine. They're just flying.
Doing just fine is
Yeah.
Joss Butler on 30 from 24 as Joseph comes into him, and it's
Oh.
wide and full. Butler probably should have tried to play that on offside, and it emerges on the onside where there's going to be no runners. The bowler does the fielding, and again you just wonder that Butler timing.
I think it's
He's
going to
not
come
quite-
back at some point in time. Those sixes, we're going to see him start creaming those sixes.
Yeah,
It's
I
sort
mean-
of a typical Butler innings. If you see the IPL sort of, he sort of slows down around now, and on the 15th over, suddenly you'll see him pick it up.
Joseph to complete his over. England looking to bring up the 100. They will indeed, and they'll do so with
Sure.
a boundary to deep point.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Plenty of timing there for Joss Butler on the offside. Worked well with the line and pace of that ball. 103 for 2 England after 9. Social.
Yeah, okay, so we've not been giving Twitter enough love, or X as we should call it. A bit like Elon Musk, we haven't been giving it
Never
enough
love your ex.
Yeah, never love your This is true, that could lead up. Well, Radio Naked Von Pornbot, Forthy was talking about his throat. Comes in naturally with Forthy. Do you need something to ease your throat? Thank you. The open goal was taken then. Dan is here with us, and she's questioning, what am I watching on YouTube with the final score already up and something saying this is live? Well, we'd like to predict the future as much as we can. And then Jay Grover pointing out to Forthy that Forthy badgering Mog for jingles reminds me of Maury badgering Jimmy Conway for money in Goodfellas. And we all know how that turned out. Yeah, Forthy, be careful. We don't want your wig falling off as he strangles you with the phone cord.
Romario Shepherd. It's full outside off stump. Duckett flays at it. He'll just get 1 onto the sweeper.
Well, I wonder, with all the 6 hitting and all that, we've not heard a peep out of anything about this time trial thing. I mean, are the bowling team on track so far? Are the batting team on track so far? By the way, will we get any updates at all? Or will we just hear at the end of the innings
We
what
need a
happened?
4th voice sitting here with a stopwatch and telling us how close they're getting to any difficulty. Yeah, it's a shame we haven't got that to talk about, but they are ripping
gotta
through the
get the
overs,
4th
and
voice
here's
now.
Shepherd once again. It's just going to be a single into the offside for Butler. It's probably, if it does come in on Test cricket, perhaps something to talk about when we have a long, dull session.
The studio disembodied voice says they bowled 9 overs in 50 minutes. 48, 50
On track
minutes.
then. I mean, no, it's mostly between the overs, I think. If some
It
time
is,
lost,
yeah. It's between them, a minute between
still,
overs.
they're doing okay. 50 minutes, 9 overs is a bit on the slower side, isn't it? You're supposed to do even in T20s 12 or 13 overs an hour or something. But okay, we'll see.
Shepherd to continue over the wicket to the left-hander.
Alright.
Duckett hits it in his strong zone behind square on the offside. Races away for one of these.
Not a lot of footwork from
No,
Duckett.
it
But I
was-
mean, it's not required. If the ball is wide, well, God help you. Why are you coming in and bowling wide at him?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's a bit David Warner-like in that respect, isn't
Oh,
it? He's
Warner
going to
gets
throw the
more
bat
of
at that.
his foot across, I think. Even.
And
Yeah.
certainly. But the result was much the same. Here it is played through the gap in the ring into the offside. It'll be a nondescript single for Duckett.
Well, at least again, this over will end up on the costlier side. There's a boundary in it. And Butler will probably now look to hit a boundary every third ball that he faces if possible. Interesting to see if England will make 225. They have the platform just before the end of the 10th over 110.
Seems like a fair target at the moment. This one's just played out to point. Oh, they're going to have to scamper the single here. Butler gets away with it. Probably was just about a safe call, that one.
I think these days, even if they are about 3/4 of the way to the 30-yard circle, you run that, and the non-striker is always ready. So it's up to the striker after hitting the shot to get out or off the blocks as quickly as possible.
Yeah, again, that one was played straight to point. But yeah, they were quick.
And it was a
They
strong
decided
throw.
fast.
Doesn't matter.
Last ball of the over, and our stint. It's full right up in the block hole. Duckett just drives it down to long on and walks the single. So that brings our stint, our trio, to a close. 112, if I'm not completely mistaken, as we
Yes.
hand over to the next crew.
Thanks, gents.
Thank you,
See
Richard.
later.
Thank you, Ajit. It'll be me, it'll be Gary, and it'll be a person to be named later.
Well, I'm delighted to be here, Jason. I'm delighted you got into the studio there to do your noble work, pressing buttons and connecting wires and doing bearish deeds. And I'm delighted to see the score. England on 112 for 2 at the halfway mark. This is good stuff, isn't it?
It seems so. Seeing a lot of perfume ads. I was just going to ask you, Gary, have you bought any perfume for Mrs. Naylor for Christmas?
Well, it's usually 5 o'clock on Christmas Eve, that sort of thing, isn't it? That's when you need to
Okay.
advertise it.
Right.
I twice been waiting for the bus at Clapham Junction today, and both times I had the company of Marion Cotillard advertising Chanel in the bus stop.
Do you know what? Do you know what, Gary?
At the
Was
bus
she
stop.
coming up to you with a little sample and saying, "Try this"?
I wish.
Do you know what, Gary? I think as a former advertising and media person, I think Ian Forth would disagree that you need to advertise it just before Christmas.
Well, I used to teach phasing with fashion, where you look at when in the year that you sell different fashions, and the example I often gave was not from fashion; it was from booze, and it was Avocar, and I draw a flat graph for all but 3 o'clock on Christmas Eve, in which it spiked up to an absolute maximum and then went back down flat again. You only sell Avocar on Christmas Eve at 5 o'clock.
Cadbury's cream eggs. They used to sell them round the year round, and didn't sell that many. Then they only sold them for 6 weeks around Easter, and they
Sold a
sold more
packet, yeah.
over the entire 52 weeks.
Are you giving away the secrets of advertising here, that it's all about manufacturing demand? Is this a kind of version of manufacturing consent? I suspect it is.
Well, everything's about manufacturing demand, really, isn't it? We're about manufacturing demand.
Yes, we are about engaging our audience.
Exactly.
Giving them a product that's worth, stuffing up cash for and listening to.
Such cynics. There was I thinking I was doing some noble public service in bringing the, to use advertising slogan, reaching the parts of the commentaries cannot reach.
There's that as well.
What was that one?
That was Heineken.
That was Heineken. Yes, Heineken.
One of Collett Dickinson Pierce's best ever campaigns.
Right. Well, it's Hossein who's in to bowl to Ben Duckett as England start the second half of their innings. I'm sure that was more than 60 seconds between the overs, but that will be one of the many exceptions I'm sure they will find to the time.
Yes, drinks breaks are an exception, as are
yes, as are everything. As Hossein is on leg stump to Duckett, which is where you want to be to him, and he just taps that into the distant leg side field, and they walk an easy single. Duckett goes to 9 off 6. Butler is somewhat pedestrian, 36 off 28, but he's the elder statesman of this side, and therefore he can play that anchoring role. I'm sure he'll open up quite soon. He does have the capacity to do that in the dark Bridgetown night. As Hossein is in again, left arm round, and tucks Butler up, but he just nurdles it into the leg side and takes one inside the circle. The fielder does his own. The bowler does his own fielding.
Fourthly, Butler seems to have a curate's egg of an innings. He's either all 120% timing and it's over the boundary by 20 yards, or it's trying to hit a tiny sliver of the bat.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Very good in parts, isn't it? As the curate said.
This is short, and Duckett plays that big, sort of hefty pull, but he gets it out to cow corner without much timing, and the man comes round. Just a single. He's in double figures with 10. It's a bit like Butler's career since the 2019 World Cup. Somebody's going to show me that he had a run of hitting sort of 10 hundreds at a strike rate of 150 in a row, but in my mind, he's always sort of slightly fiddling for form. But he gets a short one here and whacks it out to deep mid-wicket, and they're through for 2. But, there's a vintage Butler who would have hit that one way over the fence and stood back to admire his own handiwork. He only gets 2 from it. He goes to 39 from 30. England's 117 for 2 in the 11th over. Is that fair about Butler?
Do you think when you get to heaven, you're your optimal self all the time? Do you think when you get to heaven, Joss Butler is always timing it perfectly?
I'll just pause for thought there. This is short, and he's hit that one straight up in the air, and on my jerky feed he's been caught. So he was trying to accelerate. He did have that lack of timing and consistency about which we've just spoken, and he just hoiked it really up in the air off a bit of a leading edge off the splice-ish part of the bat, and he's out for a somewhat indistinguished 39.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was a Simpsons episode where Bart was questioning whether, the people in heaven are their optimal selves or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, me and Bart Simpson, fantastic.
Well,
yeah.
You'd hope that in heaven you're your optimal self, in hell you're your worst version of yourself.
Oh, it's getting the ball a bit. I think that would be an ecumenical matter.
Yes, said the Reverend Ian Paisley.
Yes.
Say if you were
Junior.
But what is the optimal version of yourself? Maybe you were very good at writing when you were 70, and very good at cricket when you were 20, and a very good lover when you were 30. So what is?
I was a very good boozer at 26, and I certainly felt that was the optimal version of myself. But I think that may have been the beer talking, and it's not the beer talking; it's the Brook talking, because it's Harry Brook coming in. We'll jingle him up in a moment, but there's just one ball left.
Love that top.
He's in. This is a length ball outside off stump, and Brook does what the Australians did 20 years ago, which is to seek to play yourself in with singles. England 118 for 3 after 11. Duckett has 10. Brook has 1.
On YouTube, Sue Who says hello and then immediately goodbye, because I have to go to bed because I've got a taxi at 5 a.m. because I'm on the rigs, I presume. So, good luck, Sue Who. Pokey Bumping says, you aren't wrong, Kieran. I love ODI, but that was tough. Later, suitors. Linux Lear says, Andre Russell looks like Khan Noonien Singh with access to the finest anabolic steroids ever invented. Oh, yes.
We dissociate ourselves from such allegations, especially against Dr. Dre himself, who's not short of a bit of muscle mass, but it's always been.
I don't think Noonien Singh actually required anabolic steroids. He was genetically engineered to be better.
Oh, I see. Well, speaking of someone who's genetically engineered, a man who looks for all the world genetically engineered, so perfect a specimen of humankind he is Jason Holder, and he's about to come on and bowl to Harry Brook facing his second ball. He gets one down the leg side. It's not taken very well by Shy Hope, but he blocks it enough for the concession to be just the one from the wide.
I think, though, that when he got to him, Jason Holder would be allowed a slightly larger head. He's not quite in.
You think so? Slightly larger head, more like an Ian Bishop head there. You see the Ian Bishop there. He's not sure that's head mass, is he?
Oh, that's a leonine head that the Ian Bishop is sporting.
And I think it's not Shy Hope behind the stumps. I think it's Nicholas Puran.
Oh, 12th century Pope Nicholas Puran. Thank you very much. I was thinking it was Shy Hope. Often keeps, but not always. As Holder is in. This is another horrible leg side delivery, and the umpire again raises the arm somewhat apologetically, and he signals the wide. That's the 10th wide. How are you calling 10 wide, or is it 5 wides that concede 10 runs? I'm never quite sure these days how many.
There was a 1-5 wide. Is it 5 wides or 5 no balls? There's 5 no balls at one point.
That's wides. Well, the stands 2 no balls and 10 wides on the extras ledger.
Yeah. Alzari Joseph in an over that went for 26.
Well,
nice stuff.
He redeemed himself with his 9th ball to get figures of 1 for 39 at that point.
Ooh. As Holder is in again, and he's got out as Harry Brook. He had a big old slash at that one. He got a little thin edge through to 12th century Pope Nicholas Puran, who took the catch, and England are all of a sudden in a bit of trouble. They're 120 for 4.
Yeah, ever since the end of the Ashes and Ben Stokes getting called up and everyone saying Harry Brook must play, and a nation yelled. He hasn't really done a huge amount, Harry Brook, but that's sport for you.
He's in that difficult second album phase, isn't he?
He is, and I think he definitely tried to overhit that. He tried to muscle that rather than trying to play it with timing and technique.
But in breaking news, I am absolutely delighted, cock-a-hoop one might say, because we appear to be playing with wooden stumps that look like they're made of wood. I can't believe it. It's so old school. It's like seeing it on the village green.
But they still do have those nice flashing things on the top.
Yeah. I don't mind the flashing things, but for once they're not a kind of lurid purple or a orange. They are wood.
However, would they be
a Swedish home?
Which would be more environmentally sound, plastic stumps or wooden stumps, though?
Well, there's lots of arguments that could be made one way or the other on that. As England's next batsman comes in, and I'm not quite sure what shot he played. It was a slower ball from Jason Holder. In fact, it was a slower ball that got him the wicket of Harry Brook, but this was an even slower one into the pitch. And Liam Livingstone, who I don't think should be playing for Lancashire's ODI side. He should be playing for the T20 side, but I don't think he's an ODI player at all. He's come in at number 6, which is at least one spot too high for him, but let's see how England do. We'll jingle him up in a moment as he gets a shorter ball from Holder that just climbs on him a little bit and takes the bottom hand off. No run.
Yeah, just seeing that Jason Holder's got the most wickets at Barbados, 18, so twice as many as anyone else. You'd be, I didn't see the graphic, you'd have to have a lot of guesses before you got down to the number 2 on the list.
Yes.
Which is Dirk Nannis.
This ball is just tucked off the legs there, down to the deep square leg, and England are through for a single. Liam Livingstone is off the mark with that one. This is the new ground, isn't it? It's not The old ground at Bridgetown, which has, I think, the Joel Garner end and the Malcolm Marshall end.
They did say they did say they're playing bowling from the Joel Garner end, so I think it might be the old Bridgetown Stadium.
Well, how is Joel Garner? Oh, it's T20, isn't it? It's T20. When one thinks of the great Bayesian bowlers, I wondered why they were not off the list, but of course they didn't play T20. It was before, it came after their time. As Duckett gets one outside off stump, and as he always does, he either pushes it square or he flashes it behind square. This time it was a push square, through for a single, 11 off 8 for Duckett. England slightly becalmed, but 122 for 4. But that's what happens when you take 2 wickets.
Yeah, that's kind of factored in, isn't it? There's a risk-reward scenario. You always know you might lose. Going at 10 and over, you might lose 4 wickets in the first 12.
Yeah, as Liam Livingston gets one down to deep square, backward square from outside off stump. They get another single after 12 overs. England are 123 for 4, and we have your comments and thoughts on social media.
Yeah, I'm going to answer Diana Patterson's comment from previously that why is our scoreboard on the ticker 206 for 4. That's because it's related to a previous game, because the Bear, in his frustration and awkwardness, having just gone pick people up from the airport when I rang him earlier, wasn't able to change the match to which it refers in time for the broadcast. So that's why it looks wrong.
It sounds a good game though, 206 for 4 or whatever the score was. So
Yep.
maybe we'll get there. As here's Hossain in again with his left arm round the wicket, and he tucks up Livingston for room, but he just punches it into a very wide open space. Why wouldn't you have a short mid-wicket there? Why would you give them the easiest of singles to beat mid-wicket?
Yeah. I think the Bear would be definitely having a mid-wicket there. Hint the Bear, if you're listening, please fix that remotely.
Thorpe, I'll bring you in to comment on the field here, because I mean, I think if you take 2 wickets quickly in any form of the game, you should attack for the next 2 overs.
Yeah, I'm probably. Yeah, it's overly defensive.
Duckett is again tucked up on the pads, which is where to bowl Duckett, and he attempted a kind of slug sweep, but he got nothing on it. Well, he must have got something on it because he got a single from it, but it must have been an edge
especially
onto the pad.
if the 2 wickets ends up with you having 2 new batsmen at the crease.
Yeah, you've got to take the chances when they arise. Hossain is quick in his work, and I like that. It's on the off stump to Livingston, who just punches again. The easy concession of a single to long off, and he's through for that 1.
If you whistle through your overs like Hussain is doing, and then shilly-shally between overs, do you get invoked for a time penalty then? That seems
I think
a little
you do. I think it's all about the time between overs rather than time between deliveries.
What gets measured gets done, yes.
Yes, indeed. Duckett gets one outside off stump, and again shows no intent with the bat, but because he didn't try to hit it hard, he takes a single inside the circle. And England have gone 1-1-1-1 so far in this over.
Also, I kind of thinking you might get tactical use, whereby if you haven't infracted over the first 18 overs, you can spend forever in the last 2 overs.
Well, and they might well do that. So, yet again, it's an agreed single out to long on, as England seek to rebuild with singles. 128-4 as we approach the end of the 13th over. I think that's Darren Sammy, was it, there in the coaching
Yeah,
looking
it was.
He's joined as a bowling coach, I think.
Yeah, I think there's a general feeling that he brings an air of calm and stability to proceedings.
Yes, he always showed leadership, didn't he, when he played himself. He was not the most gifted of all-rounders.
No.
He got the job done.
Well, he's also the glue with some potentially volatile characters.
Yeah, and the West Indies always need glue, this body of nations playing under a flag and an anthem, which is somewhat artificial. But that's a single to long on. England take 6 singles off the over. West Indies will be happy with that.
You could say they're playing another country for whom that applies as well, of course.
Well, you could.
The United Kingdom. It's called the United Kingdom after all.
Yeah, so it's somewhat longer established than the West Indies as an entity whose name gives its origins away. I'm sure surely there must be a movement to change the name from West Indies to something a little.
Well, didn't they change it about 15 years ago from West Indies to Windies?
Did they?
For purely that reason, I think.
Oh, well, it's Romario Shepherd, and if you're going to have a boring second name like Shepherd, why not have a great first name like Romario? That's what I say.
Yeah, indeed.
Someone came up with a really good quote about this, which I'll try to interject between balls.
Go ahead.
As Shepherd is in, and Duckett goes back. He tried to do the kind of reverse scoop. It was such a wide ball, though, because I think Shepherd had seen him going, and he could do nothing other than scoop it in the most stopped way you can imagine to the man at short third man. And I hate to say this, but the wheel's coming off.
Strange bit of cricket, that was.
Silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Sums it up, really, doesn't it?
Well, so much of the game is premeditated these days, especially in white ball cricket, and double especially in T20 white ball cricket, that we do see a lot of these dismissals. And if we're going to say, oh, he's really sorted out the bowler there, he saw that come in and he scooped it over. Third man for 6, 1 minute, and then say, what's he doing? He's gone outside off stump and he's just got a toe end of a bat on to short third man. We can't really have it both ways, can we?
No, I agree. You can never have it both ways. I mean, Zach Crawley, when he scored, what was it, 170, 180 during the Ashes, he really could easily, he was within a foot of being out the very first ball in that innings. Such are the fine lines.
That's why we love the unscripted theatre. Well, here's a man who I think is almost a better batsman than he is a bowler.
Definitely.
These days. It's wee Sammy Curran, and we'll jingle him up in a moment. England 129
Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. He's not from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran.
And his first ball is outside off stump, and he presents an immaculate full face of the back. It didn't quite get the foot across, but otherwise everything was good. And yes, there is a short extra, so West Indies have gone on the attack at last.
Did you enjoy your play this evening, Gary?
I did very much. It was an award-winning play, which is usually a death knell. But Theatre 503 in Battersea, they have an international playwriting prize, and this one won it. Set in Moscow, as this ball is just pushed to point, and the men are well in off the circle, and therefore there is no run. It was a little long at 2 hours 20, but it was very well written, very well acted, and a reminder that London's theatre is much more than just the big extravaganzas in the West End.
I'd kind of argue that suburban Battersea is probably quite akin to metropolitan Moscow in terms of brutalist architecture.
Well, there might be a bit of that, I'm sure, as this ball is just tucked from underneath the armpit of Curran, and they're through for a single because there was no short mid-wicket, even if there was a short extra.
So
England need to get going here.
Was Theatre 503 the company or the venue?
It's the venue. It's the Latchmere Theatre.
Oh, the Latchmere. I know the Latchmere very well.
I watched a lot of the World Cup Italia 90 in the Latchmere, and I've also seen cabaret and stand-ups at the Latchmere. I've been going since the late 80s, so it's nice to be back there. Liam Livingston, on whom a lot depends, gets a short ball and he kind of paddles it to backward square off a bit of a bottom edge, and they get through for a single. He's gone to 6 from 8. Decent over from Romario Shepherd.
Does Tooting have any venues itself?
Well, Tooting doesn't. I mean, what it does have is a listed building, the Granada Cinema, which is now a bingo. But it has that venue. But Tooting is short of both a cinema and the theatre, which is unusual.
Balham does have the pub, doesn't it?
Sam
yes, it
Curran
does.
gets one outside off stump, and he hits it bloody hard and beats the man running round from square leg and the man running round from long off. That's how good a connection it was, and it shows the class of Curran as a batsman. He picks up 4 runs. England pick up 4 runs and 135-5 at the end of the 14th over.
On YouTube, disinterested handjob says Harry Brook is a good shit truck. So he's not very happy with Brook. Is in his brief appearance. Dara Azizi says hi all. Late to the conversation, but welcome anyway. And on Twitter, we are becalmed.
So Dr. Dre, who's coming back on, Dre Russell here. Dr. Dre, was he in Run DMC or was he one of Fab Five Freddy's mates? Who was Dr. Dre?
Dr. Dre, he was in MC12, I think.
Ah, and here is Andre Russell, muscle bound these days, of course. And Liam Livingston just punches it for the agreed single too long.
That was what? Who had a single called Muscle Bound? That was what I'm trying to get at.
Spandau Ballet.
Well done.
Very homoerotic, and I've just been told on the chat that it was NWA for whom Dr. Dre.
Yeah, it was NWA. Yeah.
In the band.
I thought he was also Eminem's mentor.
Oh, really?
Mentor.
As Dre Russell is in again, and Curran's got no timing there. It just skews up the inner edge, but there is a man at short extra, and therefore no run. I was watching a Blondie retrospective on the iPlayer the other day, and they had the Rapture video, the first rap video that was played on MTV. Can't imagine why.
I found out something really odd about Blondie last week, which really surprised me. Is that Hanging on Telephone is a cover version?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's it's a much better cover version than the original, but it is a cover version.
It's the cover from the Nerves original song.
It is, yeah. It's worth hearing the original, but it's not nearly as good.
Punched by Curran to long off, and they take a single. In the Rapture video, there's a very famous person makes the briefest of cameos in it. A biscuit, if you can tell me who it is. As Dr. Dre's in again, and Livingston attempts to hit that hard and can do nothing with it off the leading edge. But the man is not at mid-off. It's Jason Holder. He's at long off, and therefore.
This is a piece of trivia that I know, but it's going to be stuck in the bottom of my brain for a long time.
She does rap really well on Rapture. It has to be said.
Well, you say that. I once played Rapture to my kids when they were teenagers, and they just laughed at it. They said, "What the fuck is this?"
Things move on.
Well, they do, but to the modern ear, it sounds ridiculous. I'm afraid.
No, not to me. As Curran gets one around about shin high, and he swivels it to deep square leg for a single. He moves to 7 off 7. I'm sure some people will come in. With
not quite as embarrassing. It's not quite as embarrassing.
We have a possible answer from James Hillhouse in the chat.
It is.
Oh, what's he saying?
As a late replacement for, I think, Fab Five Freddy, with whom he was pals. As this ball goes through to the keeper after a mighty swipe from Livingston that he couldn't connect with. It's the end of the 15th over. It's 139 for 5. And before I hand over, I'll give you the name. It was Jean-Michel Basquiat, who was a late replacement, I think, and you'll see him very briefly on the turntables.
Hello all, we're back again here. Hi Gary, how are you?
Hello. I'm in mid-season form. How are you?
Yeah, okay. Maybe I still feel like I'm in early season form. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Lots of optimism, but not a lot of skill. Maybe that's the way to go with that. Gary? What on earth has happened here? At one point, we were talking about England getting well over 200, and this is now not happening.
Add 5 wickets to score.
Yeah, it's as simple as that.
Yep.
We've just looked terribly scratchy again. This feels like it's the England method at the moment.
But look who's bowling again. 2 overs of him to come.
Here we go. This is a guaranteed 20 as he comes in again here, and Curran slaps this out onto the offside, but to no avail, and swats at the air as though to blame the atmosphere for what went on there. Yeah, Joseph has struggled a little bit up front, didn't he?
Yeah,
I mean, Joseph has a bit of a walk-on part in the Christmas story, really. I always felt he was somewhat underwritten, so I'm glad he's at least getting a bowl here.
As he comes in again in search of a stable, and Curran drives this time. A lovely drive there. Doesn't perhaps get the 4 that it perhaps deserved there. Just gets a single. So tell me more about Curran being worth his place more as a batsman than as a bowler.
Well, I think Jason sees more of him than I do.
Yeah.
And I see plenty.
The consensus is that his batting was always going to be eventually his strongest strength of his abilities. He's much better. He looks much more natural as a batsman than he does as a bowler. As a bowler, he looks a little shorter pace and he needs to work a lot harder batting seems somewhat effortless to him when he's on them.
Well, and talking of working hard, Lucky Livingston faced up to Joseph there, an attempt to swipe it into the leg side. It would have been the most amazing 6, apart from one thing: he missed it completely.
And he missed it by a mile.
He missed it by the prodigal country mile there, and immediately his head sank as though his neck had broken. But this is a man who, whatever happens, always seems to be in the team.
Amazing,
at the moment. It is incredible. He is a limpet. Down the leg side this time. Livingston tries to whip it, but to no avail. The keeper gives a round of applause there, as though it doesn't make a wide, but it does make a wide. Yeah, Livingston feels like the cat with 9 lives in this side.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's lucky to get to play for Lancashire. He's 100 and a T20 man. He's not an international cricketer. I know he's played some big innings, but plenty have played big innings.
Joseph in once more, attempts to York, but over pitch
That's
this
more
time.
like
Livingston
it.
can slap it down the ground. More like it, there's some timing there, but unfortunately it's a sauntered 1 rather than the 4 that he was looking for there, as it muscled back into the ball. Well, listen, we're sort of contractually obliged to say he did play that very good innings over the summer in the one-day international when he was promoted up the order, didn't he?
Yeah. Stopped clock argument is in play, I suspect.
Yeah. I like that theory, but it's all about Curran at the moment. Little Sammy Curran up past his bedtime, but willing to take advantage of that. Joseph in again. It's incredibly wide on the offside again. The keeper thinks a round of applause will stop the wide, but it is an official wide once more.
I remember saying 3 or 4 years ago that Alzari Joseph's a better batsman than he is a bowler, but that was more a comment on his bowling than his batting.
Well, I think he's proving that right tonight. He hasn't got a bat in his hand, but
he's a clean hitter. He has something of kind of Collis King, I think, about his hitting. Not as good as Collis King, of course, but his bowling. Every time I see him, I think he's terrible. I know he has had some success, but really.
Well, he's looking for his 50 in this over, the way he's going. This time it's short. Curran attempts to. He's indecisive, really, about whether he's going to cut it or drive it off the back foot. And as a result, he only gets a 1 here.
Yeah, he just knocked it on the head and it just dribbled out.
Yeah.
I mean, England, Sammy Curran himself should be looking at this and thinking about the pitch, because when they're banging the ball into the pitch, it is a little too paced. It's coming off very slowly at times, and every now and again you've seen the ball jump from Jason Holder and hit the gloves. It's definitely a pitch not to pitch it up on, which is really Sammy Curran's game in many ways. But you've got to use the centre of the pitch and variations in speed.
Well, Joseph comes in again. Livingston rocks back, drives that straight down the ground for a lovely 4.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Yeah.
And that was the full ball that we were talking about. Is not the length to bowl on this wicket, but fair play to Livingston. He's stretched around. He's got a 4 ball. He's put it away.
Yeah, he kind of need that. Have we got anything on social at the moment, Jason? Anything happening on YouTube, maybe? I'm sure plenty's happening on YouTube generally.
Yep. Let's see. Dr. Dre was at NWA, says disinterested hand job. Did you just forget about Dre? Says Pokemon figure. Ah, very good.
Very good.
For 1980, the Rapping Rapture was pretty good, says disinterested hand job. I agree. I mean, it was perhaps the first mainstream occasion that rap was actually delivered to a wide audience.
So Holder just coming in for the first ball of the over there, straying a little onto the leg side, but not a wide this time, and Curran is able to pick up a single there. Have you gents seen?
I picked
up two.
Yes, good shot.
Jesus,
okay,
very good.
With the right kind of pace to pick up two.
I've got more Dre news in between balls.
Yeah, go for it.
From the man who knows most about music, Mark Zipp. Dre was in world-class Wrecking Crew earlier in his career. Their sound was more electro rather than P-Funk, influenced West Coast G-Funk / hip-hop. Not that taxonomy is a strong point. Well, that could be taxonomy on a whole pile of trees there.
Holder in again there, and Curran just dabs it into the offside for a single. So have you guys seen the film Straight Outta Compton? Have we seen that film?
I haven't, no.
I haven't.
Well, when you watch that film, I tell you who comes out brilliantly from it are Dr. Dre and Ice Cube. They come across as the nicest guys in the world, and then when it gets to the end credits, they were executive producers. So funny how that worked out amongst all that gangster shit that was going down. Their noses were clean. Honestly, they were. As Holder comes again, the man with the smallest head in the world doesn't really pitch it this time, but Livingston misses out, swings at it wildly, but can only get it down to long gone for a single.
There are a number of films about Basquiat, and one of them sort of goes back to New York when it was bankrupt and the lights were going out and everything else. And Basquiat was then Samo doing his graffiti and stuff. But the one who comes out of that really well is Fab Five Freddy, who was at a very early age. I'll come back to it.
So Holder again failing to pitch. Curran, lovely timing there out onto the leg side, but just for a single this time. England, with the exception of Livingston just before, are trading in lots of singles and twos at the moment. Gary, you were saying about Basquiat.
Yeah, so Fab Five Freddy was in and out of the MoMA as often as he could, and enjoying sort of high-end art, and had Basquiat as something of an acolyte, and the two of them sort of explored from the streets, the full panoply of culture.
Oh, what lovely there from Livingston this time. It's pitched halfway down by Holder, and Livingston absolutely gets hold of it, pulls it to the boundary for a 6.
Yeah, I've just swatted away, really.
It really was.
Sat up, and Livingston said, I'm going to have all of that, thank you very much.
And he really did get all of it.
What's good about that is that we were castigating him for missing a very similar ball an over or two ago. So he sat on the back foot, he learned from that, and he absolutely hammered it over deep square leg in the way that Freddie Flintoff might have. And it was good to see Flintoff in the England dugout earlier.
Yeah, I really agree with that. The Holder comes in to complete the over. This time it's pitched crease length on the offside, and it is marmalised into the stands again by Lucky Livingston for a 6. So we end the over with England on 165 for 5. A little bit of an injection.
Absolute key man for England. Liam Livingston should play every game. I don't know why people criticise.
Well, you were saying that. I mean, you were picking up people before. I don't know if you believe this, but there are some people who suggest he shouldn't even be in the Lancashire team, which I think
it's incredible. It's incredible. I've heard that too, and the people say that sort of thing. They must know nothing about this game.
I've had an interesting tweet from Armchair Cricket Podcast, who noticed that on the coverage that Kyle Mayers is out there, and also Rodman Powell himself, who could bowl if required for West Indies. Why is Alzari bowling still?
Well, he's not anymore. It's the good news for you. because we've had Joseph, but we're now on to the Shepherds. The nativity story is becoming complete here as Curran faces Shepherd in now. It's wide on the offside, but Curran plays it straight down the ground. Oh! Did he pouch that? He pouched that. Oh my goodness! The most astonishing one-handed, flippant catch on the boundary there. He looked as though he could have.
Is that Dre Russell down there? That is normally where he sits.
Now we're having a look at it. So cross-batted down the ground. Just watching this here. He dives up and pouches it. Yes, it is Alzari Joseph. Didn't like what we were saying about him there, and he's caught Curran. Curran is gone. 13 from 14. England are now 165-46.
The crowd says. The crowd says. The crowd says you're out.
Well, when the captain needed to change the bowling after Joseph had gone round the grounds, he obviously cried out, "Romario, Romario, wherefore art thou, Romario?" And he came, and he's delivered first ball with the help of the much bashed about Alzari Joseph. Well, this is a decent fact back from the West Indies.
I really agree with you. I mean, they were on the back foot for the first half of this innings, but they have pushed back, and now it means that England's forgotten man, Chris Wokes, comes to the crease.
Yep, a man without a jingle until I can find it.
And yet, I'll just interject, and yet England look well set to get 200, don't they? I mean, it's a funny old game, Saint. It's a funny old game.
Oh, you got me there, Greasy.
You got me there, Greasy.
Shepherd, the wicket taker, in once more to Wokes, who attempts to half steer it onto the leg, half push it down the pitch, manages to get it down the pitch and looks at the bottom of his bat. Wokes is sort of like the partner that's been dumped, but is still living in the house. And they need to just still get on with him at the moment, poor guy. I hear he did a press conference today where he had to talk about not touring India at any point.
Well, that must have been interesting, given the interesting selections they put out for India.
Been dumped, but stay here.
Shepherd zeroing in. Wokes plays it nicely out right through the offside there, just for a single. England's current run rate is below 10 now, having been well over 12 at one point, just to give an idea of how much West Indies have pulled this back. And we're just seeing that catch again. He really took it at the absolute tips of his fingers. He couldn't have gone any higher. He looked singularly unimpressed as well. I think that bowling change got to him.
He also timed the jump perfectly as well. He was at the absolute zenith of his leap.
Absolutely. So Livingston whips it down to long gone there for a single. Yeah, he did actually, didn't he? It was kind of centre forward play of the best kind. Dixie Dean jumping at.
You do think there's only 2 or 3 people in the West Indian side who could have caught that? Himself, Jason Holder, who's 6'8", and
absolutely,
and possibly Dre Russell as well, who seems to catch flies on the boundary edge.
Shepherd in for the 5th ball of the over. Wokes goes to pull it round, but misjudges the speed of the delivery there and fails. So Wokes is playing some great shots after the shots that he missed. Every time at the moment. He looks like a man who hasn't had much cricket recently.
I was always very good once the ball had gone past him. He was in with the keeper's gloves. I had a very wide range of stroke at that time. I must say, I am enjoying a lot of goals this season, which have tall players dominating short fullbacks at the far post and heading home.
Well, Wokes attempts to squidge that out onto the leg side, but gets a leading edge and is almost caught, but gets away with it and looks rather sheepish as a result. So 18 overs have gone now. England are 167-6, limping their way towards 200. Do we have anything happening on social?
We don't. I'm a bit surprised that Jason Holder dropped that, because he's normally got really good hands wherever he's fielding, and he's got 2 hands to that and made an absolute mess of that.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? He almost got too far ahead of it, but it went into his left hand and it popped out again before he crashed onto. I mean, he crashed onto the floor like a Boeing 747.
Yeah, but you can't really blame the impact of the ground for him spilling the ball
agreed.
because it was already out of his hands by the time he's.
Yes, it was spilled beforehand. Absolutely, it felt like he did. Maybe the fact that Woakes got a leading edge when he was trying to guide it into the onside fooled him as much as it fooled us. But yes, unexpectedly sloppy as the man, the Fortnite character, Dre Russell back into the tack, saunters up to the crease. Livingston goes to hoik him over to the leg side, but guess where he's hoiked him to? It's onto those three little fellas behind him, and Livingston is gone. 27 from 19, lovely little cameo there, but it leaves England on 167.47.
Yes.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, rather like a Jamaican baby, I've got rather a jerky feed at the moment, so I'm gonna struggle to not interject where I shouldn't interject, but I'll try. We missed out Romario Shepherd's bowling figures, which in a total it's going to probably not 200 now after just 3 runs off the 18th over. Were very good. I think they were 1 for 22 off his 4, Shepherd. So there's going to be some big variations in the bowling figures of the.
I see Andre Russell's ones were 3 overs for 17 as well.
Yeah. And
I think Shepherd's actually got a couple. So I think 2 for 22 were his from 4, which is absolutely fantastic. Now the youngster, the Nottingham noodler, Rayan Ahmed joins the party.
The Nottingham noodler sounds like
Well, Russell comes in again. It's a half tracker. Rayan thinks about trying to uppercut it somewhere, but doesn't get anything on it. So it's rather difficult to direct something when you're nowhere near it at all. But Rayan's someone who had a good 1 day series. Do we agree?
He bowled well. He bowled intensely. He led the attack in terms of the spin. Batting, well, he didn't have much of a chance to impress, but he tried to do his best whenever he got a chance.
As he comes in now, he walks towards the leg side and then plays the ball in the same direction. They just grab one. Yeah, I think at the moment his number one fan in batting is himself. He keeps telling everyone what a good batsman he is, but we're not yet to see it in the same way that he talks about it.
At the start of last season, he had a decent run of scores.
He did.
Game.
He did. Yeah. Very occasionally, he shows you one shot in an innings where you think, "Wow, this guy could play."
Yes, it's exactly that. It's exactly that. The potential is there, but at the moment, he just needs to be focused on his bowling. Really, as Woakes, the veteran, faces up, he backs away onto the leg side and then pats it out onto the off for a single. This is another very good over for we can't call him a comeback kid, really, the comeback pensioner. He's only a couple from it and a wicket.
Yes, the white striped dinosaur.
The white striped. Well, I tell you what we're seeing at the moment on our screens is just how that he's 40% of his deliveries have been slower balls, and I think as we were saying before, I think this points the way for England when they're bowling. As he comes in again, this time Rayan launches it down the ground, but he launches it right down the throat of Powell, and Mr. Fortnite punches the air. Another wicket has gone. Rayan is out for 1 of 3 balls, leaving England struggling towards that 200 never on 169.48.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? No!
Oh, I should do that again. The stereo effect.
I know, that was incredible.
A little harsh, I think, that jingle, because, I mean, it's January sales time now. Everything must go. And, the old days of Richie saying the cardinal sin is to leave deliveries unbowled. has gone now. England are 2 balls short at the end of this innings. They've got a couple of sixes out of these whacks. Then they'll take them.
Yeah, they've got to go for it. Well, now this means that the Obi-Wan to the Anakin replaces the apprentice. Adil Rashid comes in as the muscle man, uses the muscles to get into the crease. It's a slower ball that Rashid fails to pick. An absolutely tremendous over, an absolutely tremendous spell by Russell. He has bowled 4 overs. He has 3 wickets and has only given away 19 runs. England are on 169 for 8 with 1 over remaining.
So I was just going to say there was a bit of experience in that spell, wasn't there?
My God, though. But what a comeback. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't always work out like that, does it? When you come back after a couple of years, often you find things have moved on. But he has come back and he's posted, I think he said there, his best ever bowling figures in T20 internationals.
Yep. On Twitter, Farong says, Wednesday morning greetings as the crack of dawn has just passed. Hope everyone's well. Runs the board so far for England, but do they have enough of them? 190 to 200 normally goes in the Caribbean.
Well, we got one more there, a little golf chip by Wokes onto the leg side, and chastises Rashid for it for some reason there. We are on 170 now. It is Joseph bowling this final over, so if he's true to the form of his first 2 overs, we might still get to 200. You never know, but it's looking very, very unlikely as there's trips to the field. Joseph comes in again, and something goes missing at this moment, and that thing that has gone missing is Rashid's middle stump. He has been bowled. He has not scored. He's out for a duck of 2 deliveries, and this damp squib of an innings continues to squib away. We are 170 for 9.
Yeah, an old school off-cutter there, Joseph. Yeah. Completely foxed Adil Rashid, who has had first-class centuries, as everyone who commentates on cricket is obliged to point out.
Yeah, a pace-off. This is, as you were saying before, this has got to be the lesson that England's bowlers learn from this innings. This is the way to go. It's Tamal Mills.
Really? Oh my word.
Oh my word. There's the confidence boost that any cricketer needs when they come to the crease. Oh my word. Tamal Mills.
Excuse me a second.
Here.
Full-time commentator, part-time cricketer, is that Tamal Mills these days?
Yeah,
it's a little unfair because he knows his body can only take so much cricket, and he's accepted that and gets the most he can out of it. So fair play to him.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, I always feel quite sad when I see him because of that, because he has such a restricted option on the cricket field. But you're right, he's taking that moment for what it is. But right now, we don't need speed. We need arm speed. As it's down the leg side here, wide. We'll take one of those. Thank you very much. Every little helps at this stage. We are very much in a Tesco situation.
Yeah. And they got through for a bye as well, which I think puts Wokes on strike. Is that right?
Oh, I didn't pick up on that. I think Mills might still be on strike. It's hard to tell at the moment. There's lots of fiddling.
I'm sure you're right. You're right.
Oh yeah, no, I think lots of fiddling around with his shirt then, which suggested he was getting ready again. Joseph comes in with that laconic stride of his. Mills advances down the wicket and backs away at the same time, attempts to hump it somewhere, and it goes nowhere. There is an appeal by the keeper and a request for a review. And the review, we're going for the review there. What do we think? Do you think he got something on that?
It looks almost like a kind of shot to nothing because there's only 4 balls.
It does a little bit.
2 reviews and you can use 4 balls left. You may as well have a go. It's not going to cost you much. Given the fact you've got 10 and 11, this is there's quite a tell to this England side when you look at it.
There is, I agree with that. Whereas the West Indies are packed with all-rounders, aren't they? Slower ball here. It doesn't look like he's got anything. If it is, it's an under edge. but we're going to absolutely rely on Ultra Edge here, which is coming up now as the ball comes. Couldn't be more wrong. We see there the faint murmur that suggests that a patient is still alive in hospital, but in this cricket pitch, the patient is now firmly dead, as England do not complete their 20 overs. After 19.3 overs, England are bowled out for 171. Given the start they had, that's got to be a bit disappointing.
Well, dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, but it does show you how to bowl on this wicket, where the importance of the first 6 overs, where the ball is hard and pace bowlers will be trying to bowl, presumably. So maybe that's the plan for England. And England have got a lot of slow bowlers, so maybe that's their plan, is to take the pace off at every opportunity. Even one of their quick bowlers is ostensibly a slow medium bowler, Sam Curran.
Well, I only came in for the 10th over, and you said that there's a certain deadness to the game. I feel like Michael Palin going into the pet shop with the dead parrot, because I only got the 10 overs where it was dead as a doornail, pushing up the daisies.
Bereft of life,
Yeah, it was
Gary,
a blue of an innings for me.
Those first, and we'll talk about those first 10 overs for the rest of our time on this. I think when Salt was in the saddle, it was all good. But we should run through the score.
Yeah. Well, listen. Before you do, I'm going to turn off my Wi-Fi and try to reboot it before the second innings. So I'll leave you now, and I'll be back.
You'll be back. We'll catch you later. So let's run through the England score side. So Phil Salt was the man who got things going, all guns blazing, scored 40 from 20 before he was caught by Hetmeyer, bowled by Russell. Butler was by turns exciting and frustrating, as he has been often recently. Got 39, but it took him 31 balls to get there. Will Jacks, a little cameo, 17 from 9. Van Duckett, appropriately a little cameo for that Diddy Duckett. He was caught by Hussain, bowled by Shepherd. Harry Brook came in and did the square root of sod all, getting just 1. Liam Livingstone showed a few flashes, hit some nice boundaries, 27 from 19, which got the run rate going again at that point. Sam Curran, 13 from 14. Chris Wokes was stranded, 3 not out off 6 balls. Rayan Ahmed came in, just got a single. Adil was out for a duck. And guess what Tamal was out for? He was out for a duck as well. The bowlers, those who took pace off, did really well. Akil Hussain ended up with 1 for 32 from his 4. Jason Holder, 1 from 43 from his 4. Dre Russell on his comeback after 2 years in the wilderness, 3 for 19. Well done that. Well done that man. Alzari Joseph was incredibly expensive for 2 overs, but then came back for a second 2 or second 1.5 and did very well, 3 for 54. And Romario Shepherd again, tremendous figures of 2 for 22. So we left England on 171. So the West Indies will need 172 from their 20 overs or less.
Fewer. Sorry, pedant attack.
No, I love a bit of pedantry. I always make mistakes like that. Pedant away.
Yes, so there'll be a short interval whilst the West Indies go in and get a well-earned foot up and a rub and sort of a little bit of rum to warm them up and get them ready to go out and complete the job. England will be having a nice cup of tea. And we'll be back in about, I think, 15 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. We'll catch you on in a bit.
Yep, I'm going to play some highlights in the meantime. I think this is going to be from one of the Grumpy Old Men podcasts, which will keep you busy until we got time to go live again. Enjoy.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? John Sido, Neil McKenzie. Who's that weirdo? Dwayne Leverock, Shane Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
You thought we'd gone away, didn't you? You thought we'd slunk off into the shadows like an overworked, centrally contracted England cricketer. But you were wrong.
Just once in a decade, in a lifetime maybe, the world of entertainment is disrupted and utterly elated by something entirely new.
Good Lord. And now for something completely different.
We're back, baby. The grumpy bastards are back. It's Grubby here, steering this stolen ship through choppy waters. And my accomplices on this sea life highway thing. Not Fred. Hello, not
Hello.
Fred. And the bear. Hello, the bear.
Afternoon. This is my first of 3 podcasts this week.
Well, it is odd and unusual in that we're recording it in an afternoon, because we normally do it sort of towards the end of the day.
Yeah.
With a booze in hand.
With booze in hand, yeah.
I've got a black coffee.
Yeah, I've got a fucking cup of coffee as well.
Fucking cup of coffee.
Glass of lemonade. It's all very different. So if you notice anything different, then please do let us know through the usual channels, and we will give it all the consideration it deserves.
Which is none.
Yeah.
Well, I was implying that. I wasn't actually saying that. Anyway, how are we all? It's been a long time since I've seen either of you.
Yeah.
Where have you been?
I've been. Where have I been? I haven't been anywhere particularly. I've been a couple of overseas trips, but you know, I did have sort of 2.5 years, like most people, without any travelling abroad. So the last 6 months have been a bit busy, but you know, travelling hasn't actually got any better. It's still a bit.
Give us a little grim. Give us a little run. Give us a little itinerary. The Not Fred world itinerary for the last couple of months.
No, I've been to America a couple of times, Canada a few times. I've been to Israel twice. I've been to Spain. It's been a fairly busy 6 months.
Which do you prefer, US or Canada?
US.
Do you?
Really? US, yeah, absolutely. I haven't seen a huge amount of Canada from a tourist perspective.
Yeah.
But the US is, I mean, it's so many different countries in one, really, because it's huge and it's diverse in its well, in all aspects, really. And you know, every part of the country you travel to is something completely different. And it's great. You know, I spent a couple of weeks in August, sort of driving around various places.
They've all got guns and they scare me.
They don't all have guns.
Not everyone.
I'm not sure I saw anyone.
Just the nutters.
Yeah, well, there's quite a few of those, aren't there?
Yeah, and then last week I went to something I've been planning on doing, sort of been at the back of my mind for years and years, which was going to a football match in Spain.
Oh yes.
The Seville derby, which is one of the, under the radar, is one of the great derbies of the world, actually, because they don't like each other very much. And they are two absolutely enormous teams in Spain, even though Seville have been reasonably successful in the last 15 years or so. But Betis have never been successful in their career, and they're a team I followed for a while. And I went there for a day and a half, basically. You know, I went to see the football game and some touring in Seville. I've never been before, and it's absolutely terrific place. It really is.
And your hotel was quite close, wasn't it, to the ground?
Yeah, because I was sort of going to get there on the afternoon of the game, so I wanted to just go to my hotel, dump whatever small amount of luggage I had with me, and go to the game. And I was literally booked a hotel, which was about 200 yards from the stadium, and was the base for the Betis team. So I couldn't actually get in near the hotel because there was like a cordon around it. And I was sort of waving my reservation at them, saying, "Oh no, I'm staying here. I'm staying here." And they went, "Yeah, right, whatever." And eventually they let me in. But
it was a fairly eventful game, I think.
As these derbies tend to be eventful. I mean, it was a 1-1 draw, but that doesn't tell us all that much because there were 3 sendings off in the first 50 minutes. Although the first half was actually 55 minutes long. There was a lot going on, let's put it that way. And each one of the sendings off were given as a yellow card by the referee, who then marched over to the television, sort of about 50 yards below me, and then came back and brandished a red card. So all that took a long time. The game finished about midnight. It was terrific.
Did you see there was a game in Argentina where there were 11 red cards?
Yeah, but
11,
there's this bit
that's
that you
game off
can't-
at that point, isn't
Well,
it?
yeah, but it
Well-
was right at the end of extra time. So it went to
They
extra
do it
time.
deliberately, don't they? Because
Yeah, well, they might well do.
It gets called off if there's, I think, less than 7 players on a team.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, but
we're
I think in
down
this instance, it basically it got to extra time, and then someone scored a goal in the last minute of extra time, and then it all kicked off.
Yeah.
And then someone had a fight and a punch, someone got sent off, someone got sent off, someone, and it all ended up with those people.
And commentators in England always said, "Oh, we don't like to see that." Yes, we do.
Of course we do.
Of course we do.
Absolutely
love it. Yeah,
of course we do. That's why I like a little, you know, you've got to have a bit of contretemps on a cricket field too.
Well, I was going to say, would you favour yellow and red cards? I know it's been talked about, might even have been trialled in some competitions around the world, but would you favour yellow and red cards in cricket?
But cricket is different in that.
I mean, how are you
there's
going
no
to get sent
legal.
off?
There's no legal contact in cricket like there is in
Exactly.
football. You know,
Well,
you
if
can
you
do
break
a
the rules,
strong
yeah.
challenge in football, which can boil over into serious foul play or violent conduct, whatever it is. But that doesn't really exist in cricket. You can occasionally collide, you know, whilst the batsman's running.
Yeah,
you
that's what I
can
was saying.
collide.
But I mean, I suppose you could get Ben Stokes goes up, lamps Stevie Smith in the face in an Ashes test now. That I would enjoy, and he could get sent off.
Well,
Labuschagne actually.
If you got sent off and you had to miss the
got a
rest
more
of the
punchable
game,
play.
and that's on day one, you might sort of regret it at your leisure.
Yeah, but then you could have
that's-
tactical sending.
Calling all commentators, come back, wherever you are. You just let it. Well, we missed a ball. Sam Curran is bowling, and first ball has been a dot ball. Next ball has been picked up on leg stump and whipped over the boundary by Brandon King for a nice, juicy, meaty, big one of these. Welcome back, gents.
Yes, thank you very much for letting me back in. Shall I take over the ball by ball?
Please do.
With my gratitude for you for the 2 balls that I was stuck in a waiting room looking for the next connection to Clapham Junction, one might say. It's Curran in again, left arm over the wicket, and that beats the flailing bat of King, and it's through to Joss Butler. I'm just going to look up Mr. King's first name because I'm desperate to call him either Collis or Rion, but it can't be
Brandon.
either. Brandon. Yes, Brandon King. Brandon King sounds a bit Game of Thrones. It sounds like one of those...
It does, just very slightly.
Yeah, one of those events that might happen in a tent. As down the track comes Brandon King, and that's a lovely controlled shot there. He met Sam Curran about halfway there, and he just drove it over Curran's head. Didn't try and hit it for 6, but helped himself to the easiest 4 you'll ever see in your life. And if there's one way to counter that ball that's short, because we know the full ball is going to go the distance, it's by making length yourself by coming down the track. So Sammy's under a bit of pressure here. 10 off 4 balls, and he bowls it fuller, gets a little bit of swing, and an edge goes through to, I think, Timal Mills, who's on the circle at third man. And there was a single to be taken there, but they didn't take it. Sam Curran bowling from the Joel Garner end. What a bowler Joel Garner was.
Yeah.
How much would he be worth these days in an IPL auction?
Oh, he'd be unhittable with the Yorkers he bowled.
Oh, just unhittable.
And welcome back, Brian. How are you?
Oh, I'm wonderful. It's good to be here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Good.
Lovely to hear your transatlantic tones. Curran's in again to Brandon King. That's only just short, but King rocked back. He just murdered it over deep mid-wicket. What a shot that was.
Yep, it's one of these.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Just
Smacks
flat
him.
and fast and just cannon fodder at the moment.
Well,
until
I
people
can ask
try and work
Brian.
it.
I can ask Brian actually. In the week that I think the largest contract that's ever been given in baseball has been given to a rare all-rounder in Shinji Otani. Is that Otani? Is that the guy's name? The Japanese?
Shohei Ohtani is his
Yeah.
name, yes.
Yeah, I just wonder whether some of these guys could go and make a very decent living in baseball, because they mainly play baseball shots in T20 with horizontal bats.
It's interesting that you say that. So during the course, as Will Jacks will come in not to step on you there, Gary.
Yeah.
We'll get him jingled up in just a moment. Back to you. And
He's in round the wicket, and it's a length ball, and Kyle Mayers just tucks it backward of point to the Jonty Rhodes position. No run. Yeah, come in when you can, Brian. Jacks is short, and Kyle Mayers said, well, I'm having some of that. I think I might have been able to hit that for 6, but I would not have put it on the corrugated metal roof as Kyle Mayers did. 6 more. What a start.
Wow, this is punishing. There's no room for
halfway to Miami.
Yeah, I mean, that says 99 metres. I think that's sort of 450 feet in baseball currency, isn't it? I mean, that's gone absolutely miles.
99 metres is about 330 feet.
324.
Than that.
That'd be a home run down the line in most down the left field line in most MLB ballparks.
I think it would be. We really need not Fred, who's another.
Just the question is, how high up the Green Monster would it be?
That's probably a double. That's probably a good solid double, I would say, depending on how fast he can get around first.
That's a better length from Will Jacks, but as is often the case with good length, Mayers rocks back and he plays a lovely sort of square drive on the offside, I think one would say. A very conventional shot, and because the field's up in the power play, they're able to get 3 from it after a decent chase by Harry Brook. Just having a check on this.
Yeah, because I'm not sure that he scooped it back, but then did it continue on as he touched the sponge?
No, I don't think he.
I think that's probably all right.
Touched the sponge, but the ball had left his person at that point. The Green Monster, is that San Francisco? Is that Candlestick Pearl?
Boston, Fenway.
Boston
Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, I don't like.
For shame, Gary. For shame.
Yeah, I don't like the Boston Red Sox because Fenway Sports Group, of course, own Liverpool. As this ball is clipped into the leg side, and there is no run, and one is contractually obliged to dislike one's neighbours in sports events.
San Francisco's ballpark, Gary, has a large brick wall, though, in the right field, beyond which lies San Francisco Bay.
Yes, it's very spectacular. Speaking of which, Brandon King sachets down the track. He is using his feet better than I saw any England batter do in the last 10 overs, and he just slams that with to long on with immense power. England are under the cosh here.
That went like a tracer bullet.
It certainly did. King's gone on to 20 off 8. Kyle Mayers has 9 off 3. What is going on? That's a shorter ball, and he rocks back and for once doesn't make a clean connection, does Brandon King. It goes out to the man at long on. And after 2 overs, West Indies are 30 without loss. Jacks has conceded 14 from his over. Curran's conceded 16 from his. We need some non-Surrey bowlers here. Non-Surrey bowlers.
Or good ones. Just saying hello, my fellow member of the Guerrilla Mid-Atlantic Corps, Mayank, says T20 only has 10 minutes break between innings. No point in you guys putting on highlights during that because you're already on 2 minutes into the innings and 2 minutes before. May as well just stay on for the middle 5 to 6 minutes and I guess have a wibble. He also says this England team should give up their T20 World Cup spot to Zimbabwe. This lot are a joke.
Ooh, there's a long way to go yet.
Fighting words. Really quickly, I'll tell you. So I did commentary here for minor league cricket, and there was a gentleman here in one of the crews who said, you happen to mention baseball in your commentary a lot, and I was thought he was going to start to chastise me for it, but he goes, I play baseball for my work. He was an Indian chap, and he said it's much easier to go from cricket to baseball than vice versa.
Ah, that's an interesting point. As Chris Wokes is in, and Wokes does what he does, which is land it on a length, and he's just tucked from outside off stump into the leg side, and it's a rare single there. So Brandon King goes to 22.
At least Chris
West
Wokes
Indies
won't-
31 without loss.
At least Chris Wokes won't thread it up to the bat. He will bowl it into the deck.
Yeah, he certainly should do. He's a very experienced campaigner who will always have a career defined by his brilliance in England and his relative lack of brilliance overseas. But again, that's good length to bowl on this pitch, just slightly back of a length, and it's hit, cut as much as anything else to the man sweeping at the point. Another signal.
It's nicely timed by Carl Mayers, but no, there's always going to be a man there if he's going to bowl that length.
Yeah.
No, he's going to have to play it a lot later and get it a lot finer if he's going to
Yeah, he
beat him.
needs to do the kind of duck it slash rather than the more conventional cut if he's going to pick up 4 runs. But they don't need to pick up 4 runs. They can afford to just play out and over here if they want to. And Wokes foxes Brandon King with a slower ball. He was playing slightly across the line, trying to, again, manufacture a stroke there. And must have been an inside edge because I think that was hitting middle stump. What do you
I
reckon?
thought that was just going to slide down very slightly.
Ooh,
Yeah,
no,
definitely an
not-
inside edge.
Yeah, and it was an off cutter from Wokes, a slower ball. You saw the fingers go across it, and you see the seam.
I'm not
rotating
sure
down
about
the
Brandon
track.
King. He's shown all the aggressive intentions of being a T20 specialist. But when he played in the 50 over matches, he was somewhat of a bit of a stick in the mud at the top of the order.
Well, batsmen have to be able to adapt their game, and what a catch there from Ben Duckett.
Wow.
He is a wicketkeeper by trade, and he was through the air there, like that picture of Geraint Jones in the Ashes 2005. Chris Wokes has his man. It was a slash by Brandon King, and he got a decent connection on it, but Duckett was in the air, and that is a sensational catch because that was really travelling. Well done, Ben Duckett. England have the wicket they need. Brandon King was there for a good time, but not a long time. He's gone for 22 off 12. West Indies 32 for 1.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
So, Brian, I can ask you about the amazement that you get in baseball whenever anybody takes a catch with their other hand, so to speak, as though it's some kind of miraculous event that that balls in the air can be caught without a gigantic glove to assist you with. Or is that an unfair kind of characterization?
Well, I'll be honest. On a fly ball, you generally don't see that. Where you see the barehanded is usually on the ones that on the infield, the ones that bounce. So think of almost like somebody taking it like at the edge of the circle and just flinging it to the wicket and hitting it with a direct strike.
And let's not forget that in the infield they have smaller mitts anyway.
Yes.
Right.
Except for the first baseman.
Yes, it's a game that makes cricket seem simple sometimes. Baseball. This ball is clipped hard. That was a very fine shot from Shai Hope there. He is a class man, and he got a half volley on leg stump, and he just jabbed it to the right hand of mid-off. First ball to get a connection like that. That's good play, isn't it? Look at that immaculate stroke.
He's been in decent nick for the whole of the 50 over section of this tour, but
he's a world class white ball cricketer, which is why it seems strange that he's never quite delivered in the red ball stuff. But he's got 4 off 1 ball from Wokes, who goes back of a length, which is definitely the length to bowl here. And Shai Hope can't do much with that. He sort of dies in front of the stumps, and England converge on it. About 4 or 5 men, like you're in the under 11s match when everybody wants to get their hand on the ball. And it's the end of the over.
West Indies are making hay whilst the ball's hard, but the question I think is going to come sort of probably at round about over 6, over 7 when they start to bring on slow bowlers from both ends. And no, will West Indies get have the lights in their eyes and end up being Phil Tufnelled?
Sorry, Jason. So here's the thing. As we looked at that barehanded catch, there is something in the States called vintage baseball where guys play. It's almost like sports cosplay, and I'll tell you more about this after the unjingled man delivers his first ball.
Yes, it's left arm and quick from over the wicket. You'll have to bowl that first ball again because it's wide.
Yep, and we won't get his name unfortunately because I can't find the jingles because they're not being carted.
Well, it's the man who sounds like a 70s mail order company, Tamal Mills.
Yeah, we had one of those in Northeast Philly down the street from the Four Seasons.
Yes.
Landscaping.
Here is Tamal Mills, and it's a bouncer, and Kyle Mayers is going underneath that, but even though the ball's hard, it doesn't bounce very much, and he was left on his backside.
He was putting a bit of a jam, he's going underground.
Yeah, he was. This vintage baseball league reminds me of an episode, a very famous episode of The Simpsons, where Mr. Burns gets the old gang together again, and he goes through some of the old leagues that were in the United States in the pre-war years. That let's say Jackie Robinson did something about it when he played after the war. This ball is through to the keeper, but it's again a wide outside off stump, so we're getting some real all sorts here from Tamal Mills.
That was a good
Tell
idea.
us more about it though, Brian. Tell us more.
So, basically they play with the rules from really either early organized baseball to, I mean, there was a different rule sets. They said, well, we're playing by 1864 rules, or we're playing by 1871 rules.
Hopefully not by the Jim Crow laws, though. It's wide at the time. But here's Tamal Mills in it again, and that's a length ball, but again, because it's driven into the pitch, it comes off at an unpredictable pace, and therefore Kyle Mayers took a big swing, but only got it out to deep square, and they're through for a single. 39 for one now.
Yes, I think he's telegraphs his intentions with his arms like that. I want the two big guys straight, please.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to pitch the ball up this time.
Well, I like this idea of playing by the old rules of the old equipment. I know they have it in motor racing, don't they? They race the vintage cars, but I wonder if other sports could explore it.
It's more a procession than it is a race, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Tamal Mills, and that's on leg stump, and it's lifted beautifully, but without a great deal of timing. And he might be grateful for that, because therefore it bounces just short of the man on the leg side boundary, and Shai Hope is through for a single. So England have been able to apply the brakes after that extraordinary roller coaster start. It was like the wacky races for a while with the Ant Hill mob sending stuff all round the grounds. But England have clawed it back in to some extent. 40 for 1. Kyle Mayers, left-handed, gets the ball from the left arm. Tamal Mills, and it's on a length on the stumps, and it's treated with respect. No one. Is this covered? Is this covered? This vintage league? Can we watch it on YouTube or anything like that?
Sure, there's enough online. There's a bunch of them kind of around the country, and one of the reasons I bring it up is I actually know somebody who plays for one of the teams in Philadelphia.
You know
and
everybody. You know everybody, Brian. We've already established this.
I'm the center of the universe.
Well, here's Tamal Mills, who is the centre of the Guerrilla Cricket universe, and that's
good
length
God.
outside. In fact, a little full of length. And he rocked back to Kyle Mayers, and for the second time in the match, he's hit the ball onto the roof. I mean, he just rocked back and short arm pulled that. But he must have immense power in those forearms to hit that ball that far. And I hope he's paid the six, because you're going to have to get another ball, because that one is also lost in the guttering.
It's looking like men versus boys at some stages at the moment.
It is. It is. And here's a fourth umpire who is a woman. I don't know where we stand on women umpiring in ODIs. Has a woman umpired in a men's T20?
In a men's one, I don't think they've umpired. I think one has been third umpire.
Yeah. Well, it's about time cricket got into the 21st
But
century.
no, this is the way to get experience, and therefore there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, well.
So here is what I've. Let's see. There was a umpire in a men's T20 match, but that appears to have been a domestic match. Oh no, never mind. I'm gonna research that before, but it looks like there was one who did a men's first class match in
Australia, I think.
New Zealand.
New Zealand, yeah. I mean, I think cricket is edging into the 21st century in these matters, but there's too much talent.
Oh no!
In 50% of the world's population to exclude.
He
them from
did do a
umpiring.
Excuse me. She did do a T20.
I
Kim
thought-
Cotton, New Zealand and Sri Lanka in Dunedin last year.
Well, that's the way forward, because umpiring around the world, it's a tough gig at the best of times, with the amount of travel, the amount of matches they have to do these days, especially obviously in test matches. We need the broadest base of talent we can get. That, though, was not very talented, because I think Kyle Mayers has just got a life there. Tamal Mills hit it to Duckett, who took such a fantastic catch just an over or two ago. And I think he's dropped the dolly there. We didn't quite catch it, not because of the jerky feed, but because of the camera wear. Although Duckett is looking a little sheepish, if we're going through the animal kingdom. It was another slower ball, fingers rolled over it, and yes, he hit it to him. In fact, it would have been a sensational catch, because he was one-handed in mid-air. Older listeners will remember Jackie Bond in the 1971 Gillette Cup final taking a catch very much like that for Lancashire against Kent to get rid of Assi Vickbal, who was winning the match for Kent. But Duckett somewhat understandably didn't hold on to that one, and it's a fifth over on its way. They are getting through their overs with admirable haste here, England. That's good to see. And Kyle Mayers sees Chris Wokes coming in, and he cuts this ball from Wokes to the man sweeping a deep point, and they're through for a single.
Is TNT Sports the same TNT that we have in the States?
I think so, because it's all on Discovery Plus, I think. It's all part of that Discovery network.
Because if we had TNT3, they'd be showing some like random Division II college basketball game, but not this.
This is on a length, and it's a hoik from Shy Hope, and he gets enough of an inside edge on it to get it out to the man a deep square. He was trying to overhit that. And West Indies have got to be a little wary here. They're through for a single. They've got a good start here, but if they keep trying to blast sixes, the balls that aren't really being asked to be hit for six, then they might get into trouble. And England have already shown what the loss of quick wickets can do, especially late in the innings where the ball's gone soft and you've got to make pace yourself. So Kyle Mayers is on 19 here. Let's see what Wokes gets. And it's a slower ball. It's good bowling again from Wokes, who has bowled particularly well here today.
Yeah.
And Kyle Mayers was through the shot before the ball was halfway to him, really.
Mayers,
And
I have to stay on. Go ahead.
I was going to say Mayers is definitely a fast ball hitter. I think the two sixes who went for onto the roof were both off pace deliveries where the pace was on.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay on brand here and say I hate when the balls go soft.
Yes. And here is Wokes again. That's the half volley, and that's the danger ball, but it was a wide half volley, and so Mayers was reaching for it and got little more than a inside bottom edge on it, and it went out to the man at mid-wicket, and it is no run. So just two so far from this over, which is decent stuff in the power play. And Chris Wokes, there's two more to come, and that corrugated metal roof is worried about the threat of another bouncing ball on it from Kyle Mayers. Wokes is in, and this is jabbed by Mayers. Deep point is the man who fields it, and they're through for a single. So England have reined it in here as just 4 of 3 from this over from Chris Wokes, who has the excellent figures of 1 for 9 in the power play. Just one more ball left in this over, one more ball left for this particular flange of gorillas. Is that I keep getting this wrong. It's either a whoop or a flange, or maybe it's neither. But it's us as a group, and it's finished off by Shy Hope, who gets a length ball on the stumps from Chris Wokes, who has his over spoiled by a superb lift over long on for England.
Yep. And that concludes the 5 overs, and the interesting thing will be to see where they are in relation to where West Indies are at the same stage.
Yeah, 5 sixes already. I'll leave you at that point.
Yeah, so maybe England slowing things down a little bit there. Shy Hope slightly screwed that up. It's James here. Was joined by Ajit, but he appears to have been sucked up by the Northern Lights. For any of our YouTubers, I think he's returning now. He's back. He is back. The Northern Lights haven't claimed him. And also, you might have just heard Fourthy there as well, who is here on socials. Hello, everybody. And the good news for all fans of youngsters making their way in junior cricket is that Sammy Curran is coming back, having conceded 16 in his only over so far. Bustles into the wicket and very sensibly starts taking pace off the ball as Mayers smears it out onto the leg side for a single. This surely is just the way forward now. Pace off the ball as much as possible.
I think the big guy showed it, right? Andre Russell, lot of slower balls. I mean, the old dog has got some more new tricks or some more tricks that it can show apparently. His best T20 figures.
Yeah, I know, incredible. My dog is now 8, and he can still learn quite a lot of tricks, or can learn some tricks. The one trick he can't learn is not to just bark all the time when he's left alone with my wife in the house, which is slightly disappointing for family harmony. As Curran goes wider on the crease there, and Hope slaps it out onto the offside for no run. Yes, his name is Roger. He's a lovely dog. I admire him greatly, but my wife thinks he's the biggest pain in the arse that she's ever come across. He actually met Fourthy, and I seem to remember, she basically jumped up to your shoulder blades and tried to pull your jumper off you.
Excited dog.
He is. He can get excited. I think you brought that level of excitement. Talking of excited dogs, in comes Curran, a slower ball.
Exactly.
This time again, and it's missed. This is it. I mean, I think this is what we're going to see. It might be a slight kind of copy and paste job by the England bowlers now.
It's not a bad idea, right? See, the ball is holding on from the pitch. It's sort of stopping, coming onto the batsman. Shy Hope twice in 2 balls.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Not what pace. Yeah.
During the World Cup just gone, Australia started by mixing up the odd cutter. And by the end of the tournament, they were bowling more or less exclusively cutters.
Yes. It's rather like the Ray and Ahmed school of spin bowling, where you're basically bowling googlies every delivery and occasionally throwing a leg spinner. Curran again, wide on the crease. This time, Hope is able to pull it into the leg side, just for a summer stroll of a single there. This is much better from little Sammy Curran.
They're all right, though. I mean, look. They're still very close to 10 runs an over, so I think they're okay, right? So Hope can take his time. He can accelerate towards the end, and as long as Myers is going to stay out there, I don't think there'll be any run rate pressure per se.
Well, let's see if he's gone for a couple onto the roof. We want to see that if he can go for a hat trick of roof balls.
100 meter 6, I think. Oh God!
There we go. This is what we see. Let's see if he can do it this delivery. As Sammy Curran, the scrappy do of the team, runs in close to the stumps. It's driven down the ground. Very nice shot, but only for a single. Yeah, Mayers, it seems to be. Yeah, he's one of the muscle men in the team, isn't it? The ball's got to be lifted over that boundary to keep him happy, I would think.
Incredible thinking that this chap on debut hit a 4th innings double 100. And what really? I would think is one of the most incredible test innings of all time. To win a test in Bangladesh for West Indies, chasing very close to 400 if I'm not wrong. So in any case, we are here, and that guy, he can not only hit the ball long, apparently he can also wait out there. So yeah.
Wow, amazing. Curran comes in again, holding the ball in two hands. He goes wider of the crease to Hope again. Hope plays a cross-batted shot, which sort of goes to cover. I don't quite know where he was intending to play that. It certainly didn't go where he was meant to, I think.
I think he was looking to pull it. It just came on faster.
It came on faster. Oh my God! It's like the junior team
Forehand,
suddenly gets. Yeah,
it was a forehand cross-court smash almost.
Yeah, it feels like the sons and dads match where the son manages to hurry on one of the dads. Anyway, 6 overs are gone now. West Indies are 59 for 1. Fourthie, is there anything happening in the social verse?
Well, I don't think so, but things have been so dry on Twitter that although there was something from 21 minutes ago, Mayank was furious with the England team. This lot are a joke. But apart from that, I don't think there's anything. YouTube, there's a bit of sporadic 2 and 4th. Emily Elizabeth, Big Brain, Disinterested Handjob, and Mark Bradley as well. But I don't think we need to regurgitate it blow for blow, but they're just getting on with each other, which is nice.
We're getting name chase as Ryan comes into the attack, and the first delivery. Mayers doesn't give it the full treatment, but he gives it enough treatment to hit a 6.
That looked like a off break almost.
Yeah, well, this thing. He is the googly king, or maybe his age, the googly prince. But it doesn't help if you pitch it too short.
Yes.
Yeah, he dragged it down.
He really did drag it down. He goes wide here. It's pitched up a little bit more. He's getting a lot of bounce there. Mayers tries to cut it out onto the offside, but for no run. Do we play jingles now? We do.
That's me asking. Yes.
That's
in
it.
the chat.
Yeah, it's just he kind of raced on. The clock was against us. That damned clock. As you come in, Rain, Yorker length almost. It's just lifted ever so gently by Mayers. Over long off and for a 6.
I mean, yeah. Where do you bowl to somebody who can hit the ball so convincingly? That was not a very bad ball. Just that he's not getting much turn yet out of this pitch, and Myers is just hitting him through the line there in that shot. It was a very delightful hit, frankly, straight down the ground of a straight bat.
I suppose KP was the originator of the kind of no effort 6, just kind of leaning and languorously into a smite.
Before him, there was a chap called Ganguly, and before him, potentially a guy called Gower. But
no, there wasn't, and it's a bit like the Premier League. There was no football before that. There were no cricketers before.
I don't remember anything.
No, I don't think anything happens. Rain Ahmed comes in again. This time Mayers rocks back, just gently guides it out into the offside. This is not exactly the first over that Rain Ahmed would have been dreaming about last night. The cornerstone of the England attack in the one-day internationals now is the whipping boy. There's
still Adil Rashid. Nonetheless, yeah.
Okay, that's a positive way to think about it. Rain, loads of promise, more hirsute than when he was last in the England side. This time he throws it up again, Yorker length, and Hope says, anything you can do, Mayers, I can do as well. Slaps it over for a 6 all the way over long off.
So it's very clear, right? How
2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
Well, that's my question answered.
There you go. That was a very 6y over there from Ray and Ahmed. It just shows you, old Dame Cricket. When you're at the top of the tree, it's very easy to fall on your arse the next time out. Fourthie, are the socials heated up at all?
They're very cold as a cold thing. I do sometimes just to finish off with. There was no football before 1992. Alan Shearer actually scored quite a few goals, didn't he, in the old Division 1? But they don't count. They don't count.
No.
Yeah, of course not.
Now we've got we had the apprentice. Now we've got the master. Adil Rashid in search of those 2 wickets to take him up to 100 T20. Well, he says anything you can do here, I can do. He pitches it halfway down the track, but it is smashed up by Myers, and it is caught. He's burgled a wicket there, I think we could say Mayers goes for 35 from 21.
It was a faster ball, I think.
It was
released
faster
from the straight. Yeah, it was not a. It was. He did use his wrist there. He pushed his wrist through. It was a straight ball.
and it's safe hands. Was that Brooke who pouched that?
It looked like Livingston. Okay.
Livingston. I can never tell the difference. You know, I'm sure you're right. No,
it was Brooke. You're right.
No, but I mean, they're peas from the same pod, particularly when it comes to scores at the moment.
Correct.
But May is out there. He did pretty well there, I think. Nice innings.
Mm-hmm.
You see, you sense Adil sort of calling Ahmed over and saying, when you drag it down, mate, what you want to do is this.
Exactly, yeah. See, I'd like it if he'd have given him the side eye as soon as he got you listen to me, you get wickets. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, it's easy in the one-dayers, isn't it? Try doing it in the T20s.
Nah, I think he did seem to be gesturing at somebody, but I thought that was potentially the batter. Maybe
No. I'm sure he's been very nurturing to him. As Nicholas Puran comes in, the man with the amazing name, with his masses of runs. Have we got a jingle for him, or is that in the bear bucket? It's in the bear bucket. We don't need a jingle for him. We know who he is. As Adil comes in again, it's wider this time. Puran goes to cut. He gets very lucky there. He gets an edge, but it just sort of bobbles over his bat, not towards the disconsolate eaglet behind the stumps. Easy
It's
catch
early
that
doors.
for Brooke. Early doors.
Yet, but I think he might be bowling faster than what he normally does here, Adil. I think he's seen something from this pitch.
Now,
that was more traditional.
That was more traditional delivery that time. Puran drove it out onto the offside, but to no effect. Yeah, great start this from Rashid with 3 balls into the over. He's got a wicket, and there's been no runs from it. He pouts at the batsman as he tosses the ball up between his hands and throws it in, gives it more air this time. It's driven back to him, and he scrambles down to the turf and takes it quite easily. Nice little opportunity for England here to turn the screw a little bit with Puran in, new to the crease. Maybe this will be the one that goes as Rashid again tosses himself a few catches. Number 95 comes up, whirling his arms around. A lot of turn there, but a little bit short, and it's pulled into the leg side by Puran for his first run, leaving Hope. So Hope, do you think we'll just do the Hope thing and just go through the innings now?
Pretty much. I mean, look, if he's scoring even at a strike rate of 125 there or thereabouts, all it requires this run rate is for 2 batsmen to go at 125, 130, and West Indies will be home. But you won't expect that Puran will do that. So Hope, all he needs to do is just go at 125, I think.
Yeah,
and then just stay. I mean, 30 not out of 25 or 24, something like that at the end.
Yeah, Rashid grimacing, whirling arms, comes in again. Sounds more on the offside. Hope kind of curses himself. He tries to steer that onto the leg side, but he doesn't get anything for it. It's the end of the over. West Indies are 79 for 2, and Rashid had 1 run and 1 wicket from that over. He is now on 99 wickets. That landmark.
You've stolen my thunder. I just spent the last over research. I'm sure I know that. Yes, he's on 99. I was about to reveal he's on the brink of his 100th.
Porthy, did you have a stat about Adil Rashid?
It's also his 100th cap today as well. So that would be
you see that? That's a big deal. So for somebody who may have been initially pigeonholed as a long format cricketer, look, he's played so many limited overs internationals for England. In fact, he's a mainstay now.
Oh God, and has been a tremendous bowler during all that time. I always feel like he's undervalued slightly.
We'll know what he's all about once he's done, because he's won 2 World Cups as well. For England,
yeah, I know. It's a tremendous record. But anyway, back to some pace. In comes Mills here. It's down the leg side again for a wide. He's done that a few times. The radar is slightly dysfunctional at the moment. I guess this is what happens when you spend half your life appearing on the radio in a sort of series of podcasts.
Well,
we are looking
here's
on screen.
A fun game for listeners to join in at home. There are 9 players who have got 100 T20 international wickets. Care to name any of them?
Can I join in?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, you
guessing
join in.
We'll just say that Mills pitched that halfway down the pitch. I'm guessing he isn't one of them. There was no run.
No,
there.
not international. I don't
No,
think.
I'm joking. Yeah, obviously. I mean, he'd like to be. But anyway,
course.
actually, you were going to have a guess.
Shahid
Have a
Afridi.
crack. Shahid Afridi. No, he's got 98.
Oh dear God.
Close, but no cigar. As Mills, the man in search of a membership of that club at some point in the near future that will never happen. Number 72 bowls again. This time it loops up. It doesn't pitch. Pooran forces out onto the offside. The sweeper on the boundary gets it easily and throws it in. Who
Lucky
else
to
have
have
we
gotten
got?
away, right? That was an easy full toss. I think it came too close to him. You're lucky to have gotten away without considering.
Oh
a boundary
God,
on that.
yeah. Yeah, no, he doesn't, and he's directing traffic now. He's waving around to the fielders, moving them into different positions as though it was their fault. But
Slow ball.
slower ball. I mean,
Surprise,
he's doing the smart thing. Maybe in future we're gonna tell you when it's not a slower ball. That might be easy. We've got a guess of Bumrah for one of the 100 T20.
No, not yet.
Not Bumrah. Not Bumrah, no.
Bumrah.
How about Dwayne Bravo?
As Mills comes in again wide of the crease, zeroing in on the legs, and therefore Hub can just tuck it away for a single.
Dwayne Bravo, 78.
Wow, way off the mark. Cool. So then we have to think longevity over the last 10 years.
Stark, has he got 100?
No,
It doesn't play that often.
He's way off. Oh no, he's got 73. Mitch Stark.
Well, that's still way off. I think we can still way off, really.
I mean, he's not way off if you consider Dwayne Bravo, but way off if you consider.
If you consider what the actual question was, he's quite a way off. As Warren faces up here, slightly open stance to Mills. Again, a slower ball, slower Yorker, but it's whipped away by Pooran just for a single, decent over so far. Could you give us a clue? Give us a nationality.
Yeah, I can do that. There are no English players. There are 3 New Zealanders.
Yes, I was going to go for a New Zealander next. I know Tim Southey's got there.
Tim Southey's top of the heat with 144.
And
Tim Southey got there. I knew that was definitely. I think Brent Bolt also got there.
Yeah, Trent Bolt's got to be there. No.
No. To
3 New Zealanders, he said.
Yes.
Mills comes in again, wide of the crease again, Yorker length again. Hope squeezes that out into the offside, sets off for a run, but there isn't a run to be taken.
Can't think Vettori had the time to get to 100 T20 wickets. I think he started later.
Who?
Vettori.
Sorry?
Vettori. I don't think he got there. Daniel Vettori. No. But
no,
3,
not Daniel Vettori. No.
Tim Southey I know is there. And I think somebody like Kagiso Rabada might be there. I mean, I'm curious, right? Some South African there. So
we've got a guess of Kyle Mills coming in from the green room.
Good one. No?
Incorrect.
I tell you what, this is a gift that is giving a lot. This is a Christmas treat, this sort of thing, because it's not as simple as we all think it is. Mills comes in, complete show. It's back. Wow. He attempts to pull it, and he manages to pull it over the keeper's head for a 4.
Pretty much a Will Jacks.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There we go. As we are now between overs and we're finding out that Emma Watson is the face of Prada fragrance,
yes.
For those people who are wondering.
All right, coming back to guessing, there should be a Pakistani there, I'm thinking.
There is a Pakistani there.
Then it's Shaheen Shah Afridi, the son-in-law, not the father-in-law.
No, it's not him.
He's too young. Okay, he's only 24. Somebody like Hafiz could have gotten in.
There are two Bangladeshis.
Not Yassir, he's not on it, maybe.
Of course, the skipper, Shakib Al Hassan, could be there.
Shakib Al Hassan is second on the list with 140.
If it's not Hafiz from Pakistan, I'm thinking who else had the time to get to 100 wickets? Shahid Afridi got really close, you told me, and there are...
Yeah.
Well, we've got our Anglo Pakistani cricketer Rashid has just come back for his second over. A single has been taken.
That's an interesting point, really. And there are 9 of them, you said, and I've only gotten 1 so far.
I feel like you're tormenting Ajit here.
Nah, it's
Now, this is going to be...
I have a couple of certainties
No, we've
which I'm
got-
keeping in the back pocket, right? I'm waiting.
You have
But I
got
don't-
2. You have got 2. You got the
I've
top
got 2.
Rashid comes in again. More air this time. Hope attempts to drive. It doesn't really connect. It's another single here. Just as
I
it
have a couple of certainties, or what I think.
Come on,
are
hit us with
certainties.
the certainties. Come on.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on.
No,
come on.
I did say Kagiso Rabada, but that turned out to be wrong. I thought that was a certainty. Rabada, no, right?
No, not
Rabada.
no to Rabada. No to
No,
Rabada.
Rabada. And 3 New Zealanders. That's the thing that's killing me.
As Rashid
Well-
comes in again, he gives it more
Ah,
flight,
right.
and Puran picks
He's
it
got
up
all of that.
over the head for another big 6. Okay, so this was a traumatic. This was such a good 6 that when the umpire signalled it, he nodded his head in
Oh, that's nice.
appreciation of like,
Yeah.
damn right, that was a 6, and then so.
Yeah.
He didn't roof it. He didn't
No,
roof
no.
it, which is
Oh,
it.
he
Just-
very, very nearly. He
Oh,
tried.
almost did. I
He
mean,
tried.
it's good, but it's no roof. It's good, but it's no roof. So 6 off that, slightly spoiling Adil's figures as he comes in again. This
Oh,
time,
okay.
Foran delicately plays it out, delicate, latish cut onto the offside. He feels like he's done his business. This over now. Over to you, Mr. Hope.
Makes sense,
New-
right? England had a modicum of control over those 2, let's say about 10, 11 balls. Suddenly a 4 comes, and then the 6. It's the 10 runs they need, West Indies.
And then comes Rashid. Hope wristily plays that out onto the leg side and marries to scurry a single. Actually, here's another question for you then, Forthy. Not a question on this, but a question to help us get to the answer. How many of that 100 players are seam bowlers versus spin bowlers?
Ooh. Okay, hang on. 1, 2.
Well,
3.
hit as Rashid comes in to complete the over. It's a short tracker this time. Puran steadies himself, pulls it out, but only is going to get a couple there. A bit more of a wild over that from Rashid.
We
Now
can keep
for-
going there. We can keep going with this, I think. Let me see who's... I'm
Pretty
going to
evenly
take...
split. Pretty evenly split in answer to your question. It's about 5-4 on. There's one guy I'm ashamed to say I'm not entirely sure.
There are
which
4
is-
spinners potentially then, and 5 fast bowlers. So we've only
Well,
gotten...
Let's
yeah,
stay on countries. There's an Afghanistani.
Okay,
Then
then there's
Afghan.
Rashid Khan.
Rashid Khan, he's number 3 on
Rashid Khan
130.
has to be there.
Let's-
I'm
let
thinking
us
Nabi
reflect.
might be there. No? Nabi, very close, no? Mohammad
No.
Nabi.
At this point, I must interject.
Yes, Mohammed
I think we're-
Nabi's got 87.
Nabi
He's
has
got
to be there.
Mohammed
he's not.
Nabi's there.
But
he's
is
not.
there somebody taking over from us? Or is it just us?
Well, I think I'm on summarising. I'm not sure who's ball by balling.
Well, I thought I was on summarising it.
Right,
That's
we
funny.
are going to disappear.
I'll
Hopefully, this
disappear.
conversation can continue, and hopefully, also Adil Rashid will join the club that we can't define who's in it. So
Okay.
we'll catch you later.
Bye.
Uh,
So, can it be true that I'm summarising? And
No, it's. I've got myself in as summarising and Jason on socials. Jason, you'll need to make a call. Am I looking at the wrong info?
we
Let me
wait for
check.
bated breath.
I wasn't convinced I was on this 5. I thought I was on for the last 5, but it could well be true.
Well-
Anyway, whilst we can wibble whilst I'm doing the checking, because it's the boring middle break that they don't need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's 100 ODIs for Adil Rashid, and I just wonder how many England players have got 100 ODIs. I suspect not ODIs. I apologise. T20Is. I suspect Butler has 100. Maybe Owen Morgan. I'm not sure, but there can't be many who have 100 T20 internationals for England. That's a different question to the one that we've been wrestling with.
So I've been pottering about, hearing things in the background. What is the question we're wrestling with exactly?
I think the discussion was about 100 wickets in T20 internationals, but I wasn't
that is
entirely
correct.
sure.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay, and there are 10 of them. Did I hear right?
9.
But who's doing ball by ball, Jason? I'm happy to sit this session
Richard,
out.
I believe, is doing ball by ball.
Yeah, and me
good heavens.
summarising. Is that right?
Yep, you're summarising.
Yeah. Oh, well, I've got the right info. Richard, away you go.
Oh, I've got to be more awake than I was prepared for. 1:30 in the morning. Okay. Who's this bloke bowling? Rehan. Sorry. Switching on. And it's played out into the leg side. They scamper a single. And we have 100 up for the Windies.
Yeah, 72 required of 59 balls. And we've seen from the England innings how difficult it is to play the second batch of 10 overs the way they played the first batch of 10 overs. I think we might be in for a thriller.
As Rehan continues, this one is lobbed back to the bowler, easy as you like, by Puran. And it's a pretty simple catch in the end, I'd say, because it hung in the air for ages, although Rehan did end up on the ground. West Indies are now 100 for 3.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Gary, it was almost like he was manipulating the wrists in order to try and play it back to the bowler in as easy fashion as he could to
It was,
produce a catch.
but it's pretty indicative of the point I made just 2 balls earlier, that the pitch, when the ball is soft and if the bowlers find the right length, the pitch is unpredictable as to how it comes onto the bat. And that one stopped a bit in the pitch. It certainly had Puran foxed, and Rayan Ahmed moved well to his left. He did make a reasonably straightforward catch look harder than it was, but look in the book. It's caught and bowled Rayan Ahmed, and the young man continues to find his way in international cricket.
Oh, have we got a Hetmeyer jingle queued up?
We do not at the moment. I'm looking for it now.
That's entirely okay.
Yeah.
If there's not, then there's not. Shimron Hetmeyer, the man to the wicket.
Like many of the West Indians, I think he was warming up for this series by playing in the Dubai T10s.
Or was it Abu Dhabi? Is there really any
Dhabi?
difference?
Who knows?
Who knows and who cares? Rehan into the new man. It's well down leg side. Hetmeyer drops the bat on, and it's an easy ball to get off the mark with.
Hetmeyer batting bareheaded.
Yeah, I thought there was something a bit odd looking about him. That was it. No helmet, no hat. So rare these days.
It is very rare.
Yeah, it was quite an athletic catch. We're seeing the replay now. I mean, there was a full stretch involved. It's just that the ball was coming very, very slowly. So you'd expect him to get it.
Yeah, you would.
As Rehan is gonna pick up a dot ball there.
Yeah, good.
It just ends up.
Good field placing by England, because they know it's new men on strike, and therefore the man at short third man was on the 1 rather than on the circle. And little things like that can make such a difference in a T20 game.
Rehan once more floats up and it lands on a full length. Hope gives it a full-blooded drive, but picks out cover. And they're a little bit behind. I would say significantly behind England in terms of the comparison at this stage. 1 extra wicket lost, and England were 112 for 2 after 10. We are now completing the 11th, and it's going to be a dot ball to end the over.
Oof.
So 101 for 3 after 11. How are we looking in the social universe?
Just to remark there, just 2 off the over from Rayan Ahmed. A comeback having gone for 19 off his first. The lad's got something about him, I promise you.
Yep,
something about.
Got a bit of ticker. There's not a lot happening on the socials at the moment, on YouTube or on Twitter. I think.
Can I ask Gary a question then? If there's no.
Sure, go ahead.
Were you talking earlier about watching Italia 90 in a cinema or a theatre?
No, it was in a pub called the Latchmere, which has a theatre above. At that point in the Latchmere's history, it wasn't being used, I don't think, for theatre runs, but it was being used for cabarets and stand-up. But now it's pretty much Theatre 503 is what they call it there. And I saw quite a bit of Italia 90 in the Latchmere pub. It has so many screens there showing football now. It has about 7 or 8 big screens showing the Manchester United game tonight. So I enjoyed looking at the glum faces of the Manchester United fans as they went down 1-0 to Bayern Munich at home and out of Europe.
Okay, well, thanks for filling me in on that, because I would have had not a clue. We South Africans know nothing about... We don't know what to do when confronted with a round ball. We just say, where's my egg?
What the South Africans team called? Bafana,
but it kind of wears thin now, because 1996 was the last time we won anything.
Yeah.
And I think 2002 the last time we qualified for anything.
Well, 2010 they played, didn't they? Because it was a home World Cup.
That's the only way we get into the World Cup.
You'll have to tell me a little about the stadiums in a minute.
So Rashid continues, and again it pops up. Would have taken some considerable athleticism for the bowler to sprint through and take a caught and bowled there. Rashid's not interested. But the timing, it's like... Yeah, you get the feeling the batsmen are going to have to force something here, just like England did at this stage in the innings. So Rashid again to Hetmeyer. It's wider of the off stump. Hetmeyer picks out the busy offside field.
Yeah, England was scoring singles at this point because the West Indies field was right on the edge of the circle. And England are wise to that, and they've got their infield saving one. This is good stuff.
Yeah, no one there, as they say. This one is hammered away on the leg side, but he's found the fielder on the boundary in cow corner. Another wicket goes down for the West Indies. That's the end of Hetmeyer. He's just made the one. And just like England did at this stage, a solid start is starting to unravel just a bit. 101 for 4. Well, it's a pretty well-struck shot. He has literally just picked out the fielder. End of story.
Yeah, but the difference is 5 sixes in the first 5 overs. Those balls were sailing over the boundary and sometimes indeed over the stands, where it just gets harder, somewhat paradoxically, as the ball gets softer. But it's not just the ball getting softer. I think it's finding those lengths on a capricious wicket. Swinging the hands through the ball is not so easy, and England are right in this game. It's great to see their 2 leg spinners playing such an important role in it.
And they've done well bowling to a guy who's not in any particular form, Hetmeyer. He may have had some warm-up matches, but I don't think he's scored many runs in them.
Well, he'll have to console himself with the 2 catches he took earlier on today. Got rid of both Salt and Butler, but not much to shout about with the bat. Here's Rovman Powell. I do not see Jason leaning forward, poised over a mouse, so I suspect there's no jingle. Am I right?
I'm pretty much giving up, unless they're in the T20 in the ODI squad. I don't think there was going to be a jingle forthcoming.
Here's Rashid tail up. Powell brings out the sweep from just outside off stump straight away. Also looking very dapper in his purple cap.
Maroon!
He's off the mark.
Maroon! It's the Windies maroon.
Apologies, I ought to know that I went to a school that banged the drum on maroon as well, Westerford High School, just across the road from Newlands Cricket Stadium. We were maroon wearers. Apologies. If I learned one thing, it should have been that. This one is defended just into the leg side by Shai Hope. The man who's really got to hold this all together now.
And he's got 100 wickets now, off 100 matches.
Yeah, he's been a superb servant in the white ball game. It's such a shame that his body wouldn't hold out for Test cricket.
Adil Rashid ends with a dot ball as Hope is just trapped on the crease. It squirts out on the offside, no run. So just 1 from the over. There is a wicket. Excellent figures of 2 for 14 thus far.
Yeah.
Anything cropped up on social?
Nope.
Then can I continue on the Latchmere? Well, not so much the Latchmere, but I think about all these cinemas and, what is the future for cinema when everyone's streaming and on demand, and you just think this is going to be a white elephant sooner or later. Why why is live sport in cinemas not a thing? That's what I thought you were talking about. That's been buzzing
live
through my head.
performance is a thing because the National Theatre does a whole pile of
as
things
does
through cinemas.
Yeah, as does the New York Met Opera House and the Royal Opera House. And of course, one of the biggest films of the year has been Taylor Swift's Era tour in the cinemas.
Rehan to continue to pile. This one's defended. No, I think maybe a glitch on the sound there. Sport. Supposing I went to the cinema to watch an Ashes Test match for a day, why is that not a thing? On the big screen with full immersive detail. After this ball, we can chat about it. It's edged away on the offside. It's running all the way down to the boundary for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
That's a dreaded moral victory there, I think.
Yeah. Back in the day, it was the big fights that were on cinemas, on closed circuits cinema, they used to call it. And, I think Tommy Hearns against Marvellous Marvin Hagler was on cinemas, and some of the big alley fights towards the end of his career. But now it's pay-per-view.
So this is going to be probably just an easy single, behind square on the leg side for Powell. But cinema is also, you pay, and you go in and you view, which I grant you is easier at home, but the cinema does offer you a screen that most of us are never going to have.
It gives you a social
in our
element
houses.
as well, which you don't necessarily get at home.
It gets you out the house as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
has this been explored enough?
The big difference I'll come to in a moment.
Pope comes forward, plays that out to the offside along the ground. They trot a single.
It's no surprise that it's opera and the Taylor Swift tour. The events tend to be music or music related because the quality of sound in cinemas these days is just fantastic. I think people have big screens. They have oh dear, oh no, oh no,
oh really?
Nah, it's raining. I mean, the rain would just look so much better in high definition cinema screen, wouldn't it?
Well, maybe there's your answer as to why cricket isn't in cinemas. Cause
you'd have people demanding their money back.
Yeah, you would. But I think that
rugby's a better bet.
The quality of people's televisions now and the size of them, Ultra HD and all of these things. But even with the sound bars, I don't think you can get the quality of sound that you get in cinemas, which is just fantastic these days. I see about 100 films a year in cinemas, and the big difference is sound from the days when I started going to cinemas regularly in the 70s.
When they started to introduce things like Dolby DTS and Dolby Logic Pro to theatres, it made a huge difference to the quality of the sound.
It absolutely does, and it's a very comfortable seats. It is a premium experience, but cinema numbers, I think, in the UK are rising because it's still a relatively cheap night out. For a round of drinks in a pub, you can get 2 cinema tickets and a drink each in the cinema. So it's and some of the, especially in London, there are the multiplex offers which give you popcorn and the kids can run around and all this kind of thing. And then there's a lot of kind of high-end cinemas. I go to
what you call boutique cinemas, really, wouldn't you?
And the bars are very agreeable, the food's very good. It's quite keenly priced. A cup of coffee at a Curzon cinema is, I think, costs you less than it does in a Pret round the corner. And it's certainly a more agreeable place to enjoy a drink. And the problem I have sometimes in cinemas is the seats are so comfortable now, you've got to work hard to stay awake.
Well,
So
again, perfect for Test cricket. People pay £80 or upwards for a Test seat, which is not very comfortable, still fall asleep behind the newspaper. Why not pay a tenner, go to the cinema, sleep much more comfortably?
But the reason they fall asleep is very different from the reason they fall asleep in the cinema.
Yes, I think the sunlight and the
sunlight
heat.
and alcohol have a strong causative effect, I think.
Yeah. Well, they don't look like they're
Particularly
going
in
to be
Cape
off for
Town.
long here, do they? I mean, has it stopped raining already? I mean, they get the covers on, though. There's an umpire under an umbrella there, and various West Indian players pointing out that that's where he would have hit a six if he'd had his chance again.
If it hadn't been
It's
caught.
properly raining.
Yeah,
they've just turned the gain up on them. The digital cameras. You can now see the rain sheeting down.
It is. We got a bit of a decision to make, Jason, because it's almost 1 a.m. here in the UK, and I'm not sure how long we can go on before they call this game. But obviously, I'm quite keen to go to bed myself.
I'd quite like it to finish earlier rather than later, but I don't want to miss out on them.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to play some highlights or whether you want us to keep talking about.
Can we just wibble for just a little bit more?
Okay.
Wittering.
This is Ajit. I was just paying some attention on a cricketing site. I see that West Indies are 6 runs ahead by Duckworth Lewis.
That's important, yeah.
If things were to just end the way they are currently, West Indies are 6 runs ahead by Duckworth Lewis.
You think England would be a little hard done by there? Because obviously Duckworth Lewis Stern looks, across the board, doesn't it? It's T20 internationals and it has its algorithm and what we're now learning to call AI that solves it. But this is very much a pitch in which the first 10 overs are full of opportunities for scoring and the second 10
and
overs
Hetmeyer
are
did
much
them a
tougher.
favor even, right? I think Hetmeyer did them a favor by getting out.
Yeah.
Him and Hope got out, Pooran got out like of consecutive overs. If they were not out and even if the runs were same, I think West Indies would have been like 17, 18 runs ahead.
Yeah. Well, Duckworth Lewis Stern is part of the game, and if you want to win ODIs and T20 matches, you have to use the power play. But part of using the power play is to get yourself a nose or two in front on Duckworth Lewis Stern, and that's what West Indies have done. They hit those big sixes early on, and even though England have conceded, I think was it 3 runs off the previous 2 overs?
Yes, I think Rashid.
Yeah, they had so much in the bank that they're still ahead on Duckworth Lewis Stern, and that's to commend the West Indies, not to claim that they've been a bit lucky.
But that's why wickets are so much more important in Duckworth Lewis than they are than runs scored in general. Each wicket as a resource is worth something like 15 runs.
Yeah.
Adjustment to your score.
Well, it remains to be seen, right? Even if the player assumes, it's all about the spinners if you're England, I think. Rehan Ahmed made a good comeback, definitely. Adil Rashid is the key. But maybe they'll cut out an over or 2 of somebody like Vokes. Has Vokes even bowled today?
Yeah.
2 overs or 3 overs?
Yeah, bowled well. He bowled well in the power play. He was the only one who had a modicum of control.
In that case, maybe there's a chance, somebody like Will Jacks may come back after resumption. Simply because this is not a pitch where you bowl full pelt. You're going to bowl a lot of cutters and a lot of somebody like Sam Curran, right?
Yeah, he got a bit of tap early on, but I think anybody was going the way the Kyle Mayers and Brandon King came out.
Yeah, I think Curran will be retained for the death overs should they need them. I think they will go to other options to try and soak up some overs beforehand.
Yeah. He'll bowl a lot of slower balls, I think. Oh dear, that looks a bit rainy there in Bridgetown.
You have Shepherd, Russell, and Holder. So West Indies would not be worried at this stage yet, I think.
No, they've got some strong hitters still to come.
Well, it's 2 a.m. in Austria, so I'm allowed to go to bed before Gary.
It's also 2 a.m. here.
Yeah.
In the Netherlands. I think we share the
Is that fair? Are you in the Netherlands, Ajit?
Yes, I am in the Netherlands.
Okay. So you can't claim to be in a friendly time zone either.
No, I had not looked at the start time when I volunteered for this.
I'm not sure I did volunteer for this. I think Bully Boy Bishop just signed me up for the graveyards anyway. I'm pretty sure I didn't, but I was too lazy to check and just turned up regardless.
Tomorrow is a work day, otherwise I would have opened a bottle or something and it would have been at least more fun.
Yeah, well, I'm a freelancer, so I've already opened the bottle, and tomorrow will deal with itself because I'm the boss.
Fair enough. Well,
Nonetheless.
it's interesting. We see somebody like Stephen Finn sitting in among the commentators these days. That's nice.
Yeah.
Well, he's
unfulfilled.
making a name for himself as a commentator. He's quite
He's
well
very
thought
good.
of.
Yeah, he's very good. He has a very relaxed style, finds a bit of humour here and there. And
Him and Carlos Brathwaite in this
yeah.
one.
Yeah, two tall men in those seats there. Look
Oh
at
yeah.
that.
Oh good gods.
Yeah.
You can see that. No.
Yeah.
I think we can resume that amazing game we were playing. How many bowlers to 100 T20?
Well, listen, I'm gonna leave it with yourself, Jason. I've got a feeling that we should cut to highlights. And we
I'm
can
just
crack
getting
on.
the podcast lined up.
Yeah.
Right.
So
I just haven't got the energy. I haven't got the energy to.
Sorry,
think of the
Ajit.
Very good. I had a coffee at 11:30. So.
Yeah. No,
It's gonna wear off.
Yeah, early this morning I was helping my son get to Clapham Junction to fly off to the French Alps, and I was lugging a snowboard around on a London bus, which I can promise you is not recommended. A not recommended start to the day,
I'm
and I'm
sure it
beginning
has
to
its
feel
upside.
it in the bones now.
Yeah.
So I'll keep an eye out though, and if we're back live, I shall man the post. I'll be available for service if required, Jason.
So I'm going to take us back to the World Cup final and the podcast we.
Jace, just before you do that, I know there are millions of people out there who want the answer to this question of the people who got 100 wickets in T20 matches. I'll rush you through the names. So it's Tim Southey, 144, Shakib Al Hassan, 140, Rashid Khan, 130, Ish Sodhi, 126, Malinga of Sri Lanka, 107, Shadab Khan, 104, Mustafiza Rahman, 103, Adair of Ireland, 102, and Mitch Santner's got exactly 100. So that's the names.
Santner's gotten to 100. Wow. Right.
How has Ish Sodhi got more than Mitch Santner? Or anybody, really?
He
That's
takes
a question
wickets
to
with
be
bad
answered.
balls. That's
All
what
right.
happens. Right.
He's also never bowled Ish Sodhi has never bowled a maiden, unlike all the others. In
Now that I
T20.
can believe.
That's all right. It's T20s.
I'll hand you back.
Yep. So we're going to take you back to the World Cup final. India versus Australia in Ahmedabad earlier this year. And we'll be back if there's any change in play.
Yeah.
The last name you'll ever need. This episode is brought to you by Pepsi Max. Christmas is great, but there's loads of ways to make it better. Like sneaking some chili into the gravy for some extra oomph. Or building a playlist that'll even get your nan up on the table. Or just cracking open an ice-cold Pepsi Max. Christmas. Better with Pepsi Max.
The new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5 and Chromebook are better together. Take hands-free selfies which automatically sync to your Chromebook, ready to edit, and access recent Chrome tabs across both devices. The new Galaxy Z Flip 5 and Chromebook, better together. Available on Sky Mobile. Bluetooth and internet connection required. You must be signed into the same Google account on both your phone and Chromebook.
Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. If you wanna know all the news and more, this team right here gives you more than the score. All the action, the wickets and more. Gorillas call it.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Gorilla Cricket. It's the final. It's the World Cup final. It's at Ahmedabad, the Modi Dome. It's got 130,000 people. Mike Atherton couldn't hear because the Indian Air Force were driving around in jets in the sky. It looks crazy. Pat Cummins has won the toss and he is deciding that they're going to bowl. And Rohit Sharma is going to have to face up to this, well, what I think is a pretty good bowling attack from the Australians in the final 2023. The teams are unchanged. We have for India batting Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, KL Rahul, Surya Kumar Yadav, Ravindra Jadeja, Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Shami, Kuldeep Yadav and Mohammad Siraj. And for Australia, it's Travis Head, Dave Warner, Mitch Marsh, Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, Glenn Maxwell, Josh English, Mitchell Stark, Pat Cummins, Adam Zampa, and Josh Hazelwood. I am joined, I would be joined in the weather cave by Messi in Perth and Anindo in Singapore. Tell me what the weather is, Messi.
Well, beautiful day for cricket. 33, humidity around 40 to 45%, so not too oppressive. Just perfect for cricket. There won't be any rain. There may be some dew late tonight, but that's about it.
Rohit is going to face up to Mitchell Stark to start with. Just give him a jingle too. First ball into the pads, big appeal, not out. It's going down the leg
way
side.
down the leg side.
Going way down the leg side, indeed. That all went rather quickly, and there is no run. Down the track comes Rohit. That is the first boundary of the day. He comes down the track at Josh Hazelwood and smashes him through the covers all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. India move on to 9 for none, and they're off and running. Well, that's the first 6 of the day. That has been lamped over mid-wicket. Morning, Tony. It's the first 6 of the day. Of course, it's hit by Rohit. It was too short. Wasn't short enough, and got battered over boundary for 6 runs. They move on to 26 for none. Oh, out! First wicket. Gill.
What the hell was that?
That was a horrible shot. It was a cross-batted hoik. I think he was probably trying to get it down to Cow or over the top of mid-on. But Shubman Gill has shanked that
Just
straight.
a nothing shot.
Yeah, it was a nothing shot. Straight to mid-on. The first wicket goes. India are 30 for 1. It's only 4.2 overs, and you can lose a wicket in a power play. It was onto him a little bit too quickly, I think. He was trying to get it squarer than that. Is that Davey Warner? At mid-on?
I think it might have been Zampa, actually, wasn't it?
I can't see who it was.
There was no need to hit that shot. Rohit gives him a look. I mean, that was just ridiculous. Rohit was doing all the scoring and Gill had absolutely no reason.
Well, that's
Completely
probably got to him. It was Zampa. He's out for 4. Stark is in. That's too wide, and Rohit has got all of that. Whoa. I don't think he hit it as nice as he wanted to, but he certainly got enough of it. And it's gone over long off for 6 more beautiful runs. 37 for 1 at the end of the 5th. Mitch Stark comes in to bowl to Virat Kohli, who drives that nicely and does beat mid-off, who's pretty wide. But he can't. He sprawls to try and stop that, but he can't, and it's 4 more.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
And that 4 brings up the Indian 50. They're 52 for 1. 6.3 overs gone. Rohit's 32, and Kohli is on 13. Rohit to the second ball. It's gone a long way up. And a long way back. Yeah. And it's over the boundary.
It was always going to go the distance.
Yeah. 639 sixes for the tournament. 72 for 1 are India. Well, down the track comes Rohit again. He's skewed that. Oh my word! That is an absolutely fantastic catch from Travis Head. Rohit has gone to work that over the top again. He's skewed off the outside edge. For all the money in the world, it looked like it was just going to get out of the grasp of Travis Head, who was running back from cover. And at the last minute, he dived out and caught it just above the ground, and it stuck. It so could have easily fallen out of his hands. But Rohit goes for 47 off 31. India is 76 for 2 after 9.5 overs. 4 overs, sorry. That was an absolutely fantastic catch. The last ball of the power play is punched by Shreyas Iyer, gets himself off the mark with 4 runs. That does end the power play. India are 80 for 2 after 10 overs. Kohli is 23 off 20. Shreyas Iyer is 4 off 2. And going on nicely.
20 overs.
Oh, Cummins is in, the keeper's gone up, they like it, and the umpire, well, I don't know if he likes it, but he's given it out. Shreyas is caught behind. We'll wait and see. The Virat just turned his back on him, saying, don't ask me, mate, on your way. And that's another big wicket, and suddenly, in the space of 4 balls, this game has flown towards Australia. Shreyas is out for 4, and it's 81 for 3. Punched up to long on by Kohli off the back foot. That's going to bring up 100 for India. They are 100 for 3 off 15.4 overs. Kohli is 34 and KL Rahul 9. That one's clipped into the leg side, but it's a good over from Marsh. Still nothing but a single. No boundaries in our 10 over stint and no wickets and just not much happening. But India advancing the score by 35 runs in those 10 overs. They're 115 for 3 off 20.
Zampa is going to bowl. It's a rank long hop, which Kohli smashes only as far as long on. Now there is now
there it is though.
A pause as 120,000 people all stand dressed in the same colours. You would think they'd think differently. And Kohli is 50 not out. Ninth time he's reached 50 in this ODI tournament.
Incredible.
Absolutely
in 11 games.
Incredible consistency.
That might be
premeditated lap over the corner.
Oh, Lord.
Tony hit the blue button.
Good
Because
Lord.
for the
Does it
first
still
time
work?
in what seems like eons, that ball's gone so far down fine leg. That's 4 runs.
So many choices. I'm going to play this one.
I had visions of you accidentally playing a 6 jingle.
No.
Coming in again.
Oh, he's out.
He's bowled him.
Oh my lord.
Kohli is played on, and look. Well, all I can imagine is that there is no air and no noise.
Funereal silence.
Ahmedabad.
Well,
148 for 3 is one thing. 148 for 4 is a whole new ball game. Zampa will bowl the 30th over. Rahul plays this ball, which did look to hurry Rahul to pace down to long off for a single. 150 up after 29.1 overs.
He's up onto his toes. He drops the bat. It's out towards short point, but he will scamper through. And his 50 has come off 86 balls of well batted KL Rahul, and his team have needed a bit of solidity, and he has duly delivered it. Hazelwood. Oh, that's beaten the outside edge. That has taken the edge, and that has gone.
That is out.
And Jadeja, well, he got away with that one, and we were all laughing. He's not got away with that. That was a legitimate edge. Through it went to Inglis. He had absolutely no doubt this time. The 5th wicket's gone down. It's 178 for 5. Jadeja has gone for 9 off 22. 188 for 5. Last ball of this Zampa over. It's been another good tight one. Oh, that's beaten the man though at backward point. Hold your breath. Hang on a moment. It's a boundary. I think we might just have tipped over the hour, but nonetheless, it's another one. Well, I say another one. It's a rare one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Zampa in again and pushed onto the leg side towards the boundary rider for a single, and blue button, Tony. That is 200 for India for 5.
Yep, after 40.5 overs.
So Stark on his way in. Prodded at and taken behind. That is out. Rao gone for 66.
Yep.
Oh, that seems to be definitely an important wicket.
Shelley straight into her work. Well done, you.
Oh, God.
Well done, Shelley. That's great work. It really is. Wasn't
The amount
expecting
of
you.
times.
You know, you had a lovely warm up over, and then poof, 9 balls in. Well done.
203 for 6. Yep. What did he go for, Shelley? 62?
I thought 66. I thought I saw
66.
before they changed.
Yeah, caught behind off the bowling of Stark by Inglis.
Stark coming in. Shami is facing. And a big heave-ho and got an edge and gone. 211 for 7. Shami is the wicket.
He is indeed. Another one has bitten the dust, which would sound like the perfect cue for a wicket jingle, so let's use it.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Zampa in to Bumrah.
Oh, surely.
Big shot.
Surely.
Big shot is Stephen will take your money.
Well done, Shelley. She's done it
There we
again.
Unbelievable stuff.
Is that Bumrah? It is. Bumrah has
Yes,
gone 1 off 3, 214 for 8. Goodness me. Well.
And again,
And that's out.
definitely out. There was a slow ball bouncer, attempted hoik over the keeper. This time gets the glove and out.
Yep, 2:26 for 9. Surya Kumar's gone for 18 off 28. And we're halfway through the 48th over. My goodness me.
Hazelwood in for the final ball. And again, slower ball bouncer, but this time got some bat onto it, onto the leg side and falls safe. Should be running back for 2 and run out. So just 1 to add to the total. So that should be 240 for 9 after 50 overs, and that is it for India. It must be enough.
Do you want to just talk us through some of the key points, of which there were a few?
No, definitely. I think the way the Indian innings started looked really very much trying to follow on that dominance that they were trying to put in for the rest of the tournament. Didn't quite come off as well. Australia were bowled really well, fielded fantastic today. The catch of head really highlighted that. But also at key intervals throughout the innings, they were able to take wickets just as India were trying to put on the accelerator. And I think probably slightly, if not quite a bit less than India would have wanted, but hopefully it's going to be a really good competitive second innings and a really exciting game for all neutrals. So yeah, really good, I think, in terms of entertainment. And yeah, let's have a look what the second innings brings.
Let's see, who's the pick of the bowlers? We should have a quick look at that.
Pick of the bowlers is going to be Pat Cummins with 2 for 34 off 10.
Yeah, not at all bad. 355 from Mitchell Stark, 2 for 60 Josh Hazelwood, 1 for 35 Maxwell, 1 for
Lord
44
Zampa.
Lord Zampa. Nothing for Marsh and Travis Head, but they were both very economical. The 4 overs they bowled between.
This episode is brought to you by Meta for Work. It's not just sci-fi anymore. Virtual and mixed reality are transforming how business works. Architects can use mixed reality to walk through buildings that aren't even built yet. People from around the world can meet up in more immersive ways, working shoulder to shoulder in virtual spaces to get real work done. And all sorts of professionals are getting hands-on training in safer, more cost-effective virtual environments. Meta for Work. Work smarter, closer, safer, together. Visit forwork.meta.com to learn more.
This episode is brought to you by ITVX. Whatever it is you're looking for, from hard-hitting drama to side-splitting comedy, ITVX marks the spot.
Gosh. Over the head of the man at cover point, and it's gone very rapidly for one of these. And he comes again, Shemi. Launched high into the sky. There won't be anyone under that. That's gone 15 rows back from Mitch Marsh for one of these. Massive hoik at that one. They think there's a little edge, and it's been given. The second wicket has fallen. Mitch Marsh is out for 15 off 14, and Australia are 41 for 2, 3 balls into the 5th over. Bummer of him for his last ball of the over. He bowls it over the wicket, and he's been given. This is a big moment in this match. Steve Smith has been given by Richard Illingworth. Maybe it looked a touch high. If it isn't, he's gone for 4 off 8, and Australia are 47 for 3. I think he's walking off. Yes, he's not even going to review it. That is a very significant moment in this match.
Is indeed. Yeah. I thought he might have, just in the circumstances, given it a review. I mean, it's probably out, but.
And that's a catastrophic bit of fielding by Raoul, because that was a slower ball. It bounced just in front of him and missed by Brumman. It's gone through for 4 byes.
Extra's top scoring now.
Oh,
might have been.
Well, they
quite possibly, and that's quite in keeping with this innings. That brings up Australia's 50. They're 51 for 3 in the 10th over.
That's defended off the back foot. We're a bit more informal in Australia. I've got a lumberjack shirt on. And that is the end of the 10th over, the end of the power play. Australia 60 for 3. It's been great fun doing the World Cup with you. And I'll hand you over to our next commentary team.
And Head opens his shoulders for the first time.
Goodbye.
For him in this game. It's not the first 6, but it is a 6. Picked that one very nicely up over. No, we don't need that, Jason. We picks it up nicely over cow corner. Full deep is in. It's driven by Labuschagne. It beats cover. It's going to go up to long off. They'll get through for 1, and that's going to be 100. Labuschagne on 14 and Head on 43. 100 for 3 in the 20th over.
Something else.
Hold on, round the wicket.
Wow.
That's a shot by Travis Head. Round the wicket, Siraj, into the pitch. Travis Head likes it there, pulls it hard out to deep mid wicket, and he gets himself 4 runs, 4 valuable runs. That's punched out by Head, out to the man on the fence at point, who is Sky. Head gets to his 50 of 58 deliveries, and Australia are 111 for 3. Well, he's come back into the attack, and his first ball is dispatched unceremoniously, I should say, straight back over his head. Glorious shot for 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And the score moves on to 126 for 3. First ball of the next over, Shami, the man who's in there to take the wickets and change the game. First ball's round the wicket to Labuschagne. It's too far across him and it's too full, and he's able to drive that sweetly out to the boundary for 4 more runs. Shami around, pulled by Travis Head. Oh wow, that's gone like a fucking laser bullet. That is a magic shot. It's gone really quick and fast down behind square. Rohit looks really angry. 9 off that over, and 4 more to the score. 144 for 3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Poked out to cover, and there's no run because, as we said, they're not winning this.
there's
They're
a
not
single.
winning this by
There's a single.
They're not winning this. Yeah, sorry, a single. They're not winning this by reducing runs. They're winning this by bowling them out, basically.
Correct. You need 6.
That's the 100 partnership. That is the 100 partnership. Well batted, these two. Labuschagne 34 off 61, Head off 70 off 73. Australia are 147 to 3, and that is the 100-run partnership between the pair. Well batted. Oh, now that could be it. That could be it. No! Oh, Bumrah's back into the attack. Bumrah is back into the attack, and he bowls it into the pads. And I don't think Head got that correctly, but he got it in the right part of the field because he got it out to basically cow corner. There was someone out deep mid wicket. It was aerial. It bounced just inside the boundary. If it had gone to the man instead of the space, because he was completely done for pace, to be fair.
It was a slower ball.
Yeah, it was a slower ball.
He bunted it away into in a vacant region, and luckily for him, it went
found
over
a
the
gap.
boundary.
Oh, by the way, that last shot brought out 150. Sorry, Australia moved to 152 for 3 with that 4 by
with every
Travis
boundary.
Head. Oh, now there's an appeal for OBW. That's not bad, you know. Angling, and you think it's I'm not sure it's
Bumrah is saying, Rohit.
I thought it was reasonably close. My first impression was that was pretty close. He was trying, Labuschagne, that's fine. Labuschagne plays around his front pad, and he did play around his front pad. I thought it hit the shoe, and I thought it was in line with about middle and off, and it was angling in towards leg stump. That was my first impression. You might have a different one, Ajit. Yeah. What do you say?
Now, first impression is it's going to go hit the 4th stump. Having been given not out, the advantage is with the batsman.
Right, here we go.
It has to hit the stumps.
We got the replay. No,
I reckon it's umpire's call on leg.
Yeah, it's closer than I thought, but it's not.
Yes,
it's hit him in.
it's closer than I thought.
It's hit him in line with middle and legs. Probably going on to hit this. Messi says.
Outer half of leg stump.
Yeah.
Outer half of leg stump is the best I can think. Otherwise, it's fantastic. They've actually picked it well. They're probably going to retain the review.
Yeah.
So it's worth the review. It's worth the risk.
Exactly. If you think you're going to retain it, it's worth doing.
No, whether you retain it or not, it's worth the risk now. If you can't break through now, it's
well,
over.
there is something to say for that. Well, Bumrah was convinced. I thought it was close when I first saw it. The umpire saw it different.
It pitched closer than I had anticipated to the
Oh, actually, the more I look at it, the more I think it's out.
Yes.
Well, Ultra Edge says no. And it's a question of where it hit him.
There was a
really.
gap.
I mean, this is the thing. It's also where it hits him.
I think he was hit in front of middle, I think.
Well, it's in line. It's umpire's call on leg stump. Well, India retained the review. It was worth going for. Oh, the wheels are coming off for India here. That was short, and it was pulled once more. Back with a square. Plan is all wrong.
It was telegraphed.
Exactly. It was really telegraphed, and India losing their cool a little bit here. It's 4 more to Australia. They move to 162 for 3.
Defended. He's going to take a single. Always have to think about it. The throw's coming in. It doesn't hit the stumps. How close would it been if it had? But Travis Head, well played him. Came in with Australia. Well, he opened, but he watched wickets fall early doors. He has moved to 100 off 95 balls. He's taken Australia to within 56, and it's been some knock from him. As this one is pulled high, handsome, magnificent, all the way over mid-wicket for 6 of the finest. And that brings up 200 for Australia. It does indeed. 203 for 3 with a 6. 36.3 overs.
Lovely shot.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot. Indeed it was. Clipped away by Labuschagne. That'll be 50 up for him. 53 off 99 balls for Labuschagne. It's been a very different kind of innings to Travis's. In some ways just as important. They've been a terrific partnership. Well done him. 225 for 3. 53 off 99 for Marnus Labuschagne.
Travis Head has given himself away. 2 runs acquired. India need an absolute miracle, but Travis Head has given it away. 4 down. 239 for 4. He has gone, trying to win it with probably a 6. He's gone for 137 off 120. It's a match-winning innings. And, he gets to milk the applause, actually, before the end of the game, because he's given it away and he is out. But he has won the game for Australia.
He's still cross with himself.
Yeah, well, look, I'm sure he is. He wanted to be out there at the end. But at the end of the day, he's out and he's won the game.
He wanted to bring
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Well, Maxwell's facing up to Bumrah. And he's lorripped it out behind square.
It's going to go, is it?
No, it's going to be fielded. They're going to come back for 2.
Surely
it's going to be the game. They've come back for 2, and Australia are world champions. They all come running out. Inglis has got his pads on because he was next in, but they're all ecstatically happy. Australia, the green and gold, has won once more. The hometown heroes of India are crestfallen. And 140,000 people inside the stadium are absolutely, desperately upset. But that's the way it goes. That's sport, unfortunately. And I always say it's very difficult to win a tournament. 9 games out of 9. You've got to lose somewhere, and the game you don't want to lose is the damn final. And unfortunately, they cruised it. Let's face it, they looked absolutely.
To be fair, a few people have said that all the way through for India. If you're going to have a bad result somewhere, don't leave it to the final.
Well, I've been saying it since the beginning. I have a real hoodoo about that sort of shit. I just don't rarely believe you can go through a whole tournament without having a bad day, and you don't want it at the end. And unfortunately, they've had good days all the way through. I mean, they've looked like they were going to storm this tournament from start to finish. Looked like it was up to someone else to beat them. And Australia, being bloody Australia, they're really bloody minded. And they're Australian and they're really annoying, and they do it all the fucking time.
2 teams that have gone through a tournament without losing a match, and that's Australia in 2003 and Australia in 2007.
Yeah.
So no, the odds are against it.
Massively. It's a game of there's a certain amount of luck involved, isn't it? And a lot of the teams are pretty evenly matched.
If you're listening in Mooney Ponds, chaps,
We are.
You are. Oh, are you? Where are you?
Do you want to join us?
Come on, jump on and join us. I'm just going to do a couple of quick social messages while you sort yourselves out there.
Oh, we're ready to go.
Oh, you're ready to go?
Of course you are. You're fucking ecstatically happy Aussies, aren't you?
We'll save the session
because it's bedtime.
Yeah, all right. Come on in.
How many of you are left there?
All of you.
Just the 2 of us.
Oh, just the 2 of you left. You and
I haven't got bored of the victory and just thought that we're going to win this and went off home.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Most people went home at half time.
Half time. Honestly, you must be cock a hoop, aren't you? And your boys deserved it. There is no doubt about that, surely.
Look, I don't think it was the greatest tournament Australia's ever played, but he certainly deserved the final. Head's innings was fantastic, except for trying to run himself out on 99. That was one of the better innings we've seen in this World Cup, and it's certainly in a final.
And I can see Messers in the weather cave. Is there any special celebrations in the weather cave?
I've had 2 beers tonight. Is that count?
Yeah.
Well, it's a start. Not much more than that, but it's a start.
I got to say, yes, I did.
To be fair, a few people have said that all the way through for India. You know, if you're going to have a bad result somewhere, don't leave it to the final.
Well, I've been saying it since the beginning. I have a real hoodoo about that sort of shit. I just don't really believe you can go through a whole tournament without having a bad day, and you don't want it at the end. And unfortunately, they've had good days all the way through. I mean, they've looked like they were going to storm this tournament from start to finish. Looked like it was up to someone else to beat them. And Australia, being bloody Australia, they're really bloody minded. And they're Australian, and they're really annoying, and they do it all the fucking time.
Two teams that have gone through a tournament without losing a match, and that's Australia in 2003 and Australia in 2007.
Yeah.
So no, the odds are against it.
Massively. It's a game of there's a certain amount of luck involved, isn't it? And a lot of the teams are pretty evenly matched.
If you're listening in Mooney Ponds, chaps,
we are.
You are. Oh, are you? Where are you?
Do you want to join us?
Come on, jump on and join us. I'm just going to do a couple of quick social messages while you sort yourselves out there.
Oh, we're ready to go.
Oh, you're ready to go?
Of course you are. You're fucking ecstatically happy Aussies, aren't you?
We'll save
get
this
this over with because it's bedtime.
Yeah, all right. Come on in.
How many of you are left there?
All of you.
Just the two of us.
Oh, just the two of you left. You and
well, I got bored of the victory and just thought that we're going to win this and went off home. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Most people went home at half time.
Half time. Honestly, you must be cock a hoop, aren't you? And your boys deserved it. There is no doubt about that, surely.
Look, I don't think it was the greatest tournament Australia's ever played, but he certainly deserved the final. Heads innings was fantastic, except for trying to run himself out on 99. That was one of the better innings we've seen in this World Cup, and it's certainly in a final.
And I can see Messers in the weather cave. Is there any special celebrations in the weather cave?
I've had 2 beers tonight. Is that kind?
Yeah.
Well, it's a start. Not much more than that, but it's a start.
I got to say, yes, I did enjoy the win, but it's certainly a case of the best team doesn't always win, isn't it?
Well, the thing that Australia got
it's the best team on the day, isn't it? It's not the best team in the tournament. I mean, you have to say, looking at the matches
at the right time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Australia peaked at the right time. They started off slow, and they got better and better.
I still don't think their balance is particularly right with Smith and Labuschagne in the middle, and that's the point. With a low-scoring game, it kind of works. But if you give them too many to chase, it was always bad. But they did the business. They got the wickets, and they got them out cheap.
Yeah.
And Pat Cummins bowled fantastically.
Yes,
he did. Yeah,
he bowled fantastic. He bowled fantastically against South Africa as well.
I think.
Yeah, the way he crushed them in that middle order and stopped them from scoring. That was the key to that low scoring total in the end.
Well, we went through the 10 overs, 10 spells as they progressed. And they just seemed to grind so slow, India, and they got really mired. What was noticeable about Australia, I think, was they set off to try and really make the most of the power play. They were prepared to lose one extra wicket, but get themselves ahead in that. And although at one point they were neck and neck, they just found a way to accelerate, and the difference in the end was Travis Head.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think when we go through and look at the players of the tournament, you can't say that Travis Head has been the player of the whole tournament, but he has man of the match.
Well, we're back. I don't know who we've got with us, Jason, but we're back.
I think
Ray and Ahmed.
I think it could well be thee and me.
This is squeezed off the outside edge past a sprawling, somewhat stiff, sprawling fielder there, who is Chris Wokes. 34 now, I think, Wokes, and he showed it there. So West Indies will be very happy with that. They get underway again with a somewhat streaky 4, but they all count. There was a slip in there, which is good from England.
England probably need to take more wickets in order to have a chance in this.
Yeah, and they might do, because it's not easy to score, so West Indies are going to have to make the pace a little bit, as this ball again is hit into that short third man area, but Chris Wokes was onto that in good time. So it's the end of the 13th over. West Indies are 112-4 and need a nice round 60 of the 7 overs remaining. We could be in for a thriller.
Yep. There is nothing on socials, not surprisingly. I think people haven't quite realised we're back yet, although the message has gone out.
Oh, yeah. Are we broadcasting to ourselves, Jason? It wouldn't be the first time, I suspect.
No,
I've been
we
involved
do
in it.
have YouTube followers.
Good.
Not as many as we have had on previous occasions, but there are still some people watching. Well, we got the most followers we got over the World Cup was to watch the Cats at lunchtime between play.
Well, it was very much
No,
clawing out whatever views we could get at YouTube in those days. Well, it's a new bowler coming on. It is the slow bowler who fails to turn it either way, as I sometimes say, and it's Liam Livingston. It starts off with a full toss outside leg stump, and he's just pushed down to mid-on for a single by Shai Hope, who goes to 28 and 24, looking to anchor this innings. There's still a lot of batting power to come.
There is.
West
I mean,
Indies, not just
Andre Russell
Powell.
hasn't even got his pads on yet, I don't think.
Yeah, no, Jason Holder as well. So there's a lot going on still. And Rodman Powell opens up immediately with an enormous hoik that got a bit of an outside edge and went to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. It was Will Jacks, and just the single ensues.
That's the archetypal ball from Livingston, who I classify as an away spin bowler. No, whatever stance you take, he will take the ball away from you.
Yeah, he doesn't really spin the ball much though. And Livingston's in again, that's down the leg side. Had he got inside that Shai Hope, it might have been called wide, but it's taken on the pad, and therefore there is no run. Well, Livingston will be happy with his work. He's bowled 3 deliveries, just the 2 singles conceded. He's in again now, and this is tossed up on that full length, which is not the place to bowl on this wicket. But another mistimed hoik from Powell, and it goes to a single to Chris Wokes at long on. Wonder, Jason, wonder.
I do wonder whether or not this is somewhat more aggressive from West Indies than it was beforehand. I wonder if there's further bad weather coming and they're trying to get sufficiently farther ahead in the interval before we have to go off again.
Yeah,
and that perhaps kills the game.
Looking to hit boundaries here, as this is down the leg side and it's just paddled to the man at short fine leg, and they're through for a single. And if they are trying to hit boundaries, they haven't succeeded yet, other than that first ball bowled by Ray and Ahmed after the break. So the equation is 56 from 37. Unfortunately, television seldom shows the stuff where Lewis Stern, but I suspect it's now very, very close indeed. It started after the break with West Indies ahead by 6. This is hit down the ground. Oh, there was a man there. It was Chris Wokes, but he chose to defend the boundary rather than run in and attempt to take the catch.
I don't think he was ever in with a chance. I think he scuffed that ball slightly, otherwise he would have reached him quite comfortably.
Yeah, so 5 off the over. England will accept that. West Indies 117 for 4 now off 14. The equation is 55 runs off 36. We're still well below England's worm, but England's worm went very flat in those last 3 overs where they just couldn't get it away and kept losing wickets.
We have been joined by the one and only Messi Jez, who's been obviously been watching us in his weather cave. He says, I'm now awake and listening for Liverpudlian Bon Mots.
Well, let's hope the Scouse Francais can come up with the goods. As Ray and Ahmed is in, that's a quicker ball, and that beats Shai Hope for pace. He went back to a ball he should have come forward to. It's a decent take from Joss Butler. Not exactly like a few England players.
That's one of his rare leg breaks.
Yeah.
Rather than the one that came the other way, which would have got him, I think.
This is full, and it's lifted high and handsomely all the way over cow corner. You just can't bowl it up. And Shai Hope accepts an offer of a 6 ball by hitting 6. Absolutely in the slot, that, Jason.
Yeah, you just can't float the ball up. You've got to do something with it.
Yeah.
And that was just sitting there waiting to be hit. I mean, it was very well connected with, right at the end of his reach, so he's got maximum leverage on it. And that's flown a good 30 yards over the boundary.
36 from 29 now, Shy Hope, and he gets another one in the slot. He's lifted that. Has he got enough of it? I don't
No.
think he has, and he's been caught. He's been caught by Harry Brook at long on, and again, Rayan Ahmed shows that he is a competitor. Hit for 6-1 ball, tosses the next one up there. Harry Brook comes in, takes a relatively straightforward catch, the key wicket of Shy Hope. England have it, and they're right back in the game. They must be ahead on Duckworth Lewis now.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
That's really good bowling by Ahmed. He's slowed that ball up just a tiny bit. It's just a little bit further away, I think, from Shy Hope.
It was.
So it's bounced a little bit more, and he's got the top edge rather than getting the full power in it.
Yeah, he was reaching for the ball, and we often think of T20 as being a bit of a kind of sledgehammer format. But we see, especially with bowling and fielding, that the tiniest differences is the difference between a ball being caught on the boundary and going over the boundary. The tiniest differences in where you put your fielders inside the circle, whether they're able to stop the one or whether they're conceding the one. There's more to T20 sort of every year as it develops. And these little margins are what make the difference. Well, we asked earlier, Romario, wherefore art thou, Romario? And now he's in the middle.
It's all about Romario. It's all about Romario. It's all about Romario.
And it's Ahmed who's in again. And he's brilliantly caught by the man at slip. Hats off to Joss Butler for putting the slip in there. I'm not sure who it was that slipped there. Was it Sam Curran? I'm not
Could be
sure.
Sam Curran. He's got a fairly safe pair of hands, but it's a bit of a surprise if it is.
Romario Shepherd went back to a quicker ball that was pitched further up, so maybe you can pitch the ball up, and he poked at it, and it went quickly towards the right knee of Sam Curran, and he took a good catch there. Rayan Ahmed, is he the game changer for England? He now has 3 for 37 with just 2 balls left in his spell, but his first over went for 19. Since then, he's just been fantastic for England. I'm not sure if you're playing a jingle, Jason.
I am.
Ah, you are.
I am not any longer, though.
Ah, thank you. I can't always tell, and there's a bit of bug of fatigue through Jason and I. Just point out that in the UK it's 1:45 in the morning, and endless adverts for
here we go.
Keep us awake. But a man who doesn't like people sleeping, a man who you will not nod off when he's in any sort of cricket match.
A man in David Barrett's mode to go harder.
Yeah, to go harder. It is Dre Russell who's in, and he's in on the hat-trick from Rayan Ahmed. He's got no helmet, no hat, and why would you with hair like that? And he just pushes that ball to point. There was a single there, but they didn't take it, the West Indies. They're a little bit rattled, having lost 2 wickets and 2 balls. It was a good catch from Sam Curran.
Yes, he did follow it though. I mean, he was a bit flat-footed and he poked at it with the bat.
Yeah.
But no, anyone can do that to the very first ball.
And he, all but out again. Well, he kind of tried to flamingo that shot, did Andre Russell, and he got an outside edge to a ball that was spinning away from him, and it came very close to the man at backward point, but he couldn't quite get to it, and that ends a spell of bowling with 4 overs, 3 for 39. But that doesn't tell the story, because he took a lot of tack in his first over and then came back as a really good performance from Rayan Ahmed. We should remind ourselves that he's still a teenager. Immense promise, I would suggest, Jason.
He has immense promise, and this game promises to have a very exciting conclusion now.
Yeah.
Just looking at the end of that over, the par score for 15 overs was 126, so England are just nudged ahead by 1 run.
Just nudged ahead, and I think Forthy's with us. So Forthy, if you want to take over the ball by ball, please do.
Thank you. I will give you if you want. If anyone wants to get off to bed, that's fine.
I'll stay and summarise.
Okay, well, that's very good of you after your long night. It is Livingston. He's five runs off his first over, and the first ball of his second over to Andre Russell. It's just gone down for a single to the man at long on. To win 46 runs from 29 balls. Who's your money on, Gary?
Well, my money's on Rodman Powell. I haven't played that shot, to be honest. It's easy when you start just to mix up the batters, but it was Rodman Powell who played that single. It's too close to call for me. I think I favour England just a little bit because a wicket or two would really turn the tables.
I still think England need probably 2 wickets in this last 5 overs.
Yeah, I do.
Livingston in again. Oh, dear me. And that's drifted down to the leg side, and he's clipped off leg stump. There's a sweeper coming around on the boundary. I think that's Duckett. And they will hurry back, I imagine, for 2. No, just for a single. It slightly surprises me.
Yeah, Duckett was round very quickly and got the ball away very quickly there.
He's not a man for running 2 as quickly as Andre Russell. Not now in the later stages of his career.
Powerful little legs Duckett's got as well. Adil Rashid, we're just seeing intent. Got his 100 wickets in his 100th T20. Terrific performance from him. Clearly England's leading T20 wicket taker, just ahead of Chris Jordan, in fact. In comes Livingston again, third ball of the over. Ambles in, and that's gone down to Wokes, down at long on, I think it is, and they'll come through for the single. So far so good, no alarms for England. 44 from 27 halfway through the 16th over is the equation.
Yeah, he's bowled 9 deliveries, Livingston, 1 dot and 8 singles, which is pretty good in the circumstances.
Yeah, you wouldn't ask more. His captain wouldn't ask any more from him than that. Can't help thinking with Andre Russell at the crease, it's going to be death or glory very shortly.
England keeping the slip in, this is good stuff.
Yeah, that's good. Which one will it be? The scary looking Russell. Well, he's launched that one, and it has gone to Duckett, the sweeper, on the leg side. I think, has he kept it down to 1? Yes, he's kept it down to 1. England will be happy with that.
He looks a bit like Travis Bickle at the end of Taxi Driver, doesn't he, when he gets the moment?
Well, indeed, a vastly inflated Travis Bickle, pumped up in all directions.
Yes.
Yeah, that from Taxi Driver.
And
there's a new De Niro stroke Scorsese film out, which I saw a couple of weeks ago. Worth seeing. Not a masterpiece, but worth seeing. In comes Livingston over the wickets this time to Powell, who's 14 off 10. Comes down the wicket and launches a massive shot. I think that'll probably go all the way. Yes, it does.
And 20 yards more.
Yeah.
And 20 yards more. So that's rather ruined Livingston's over. He's gone for 15 now off his 1.5.
Yeah, I think England have got 2 decent overs out of Livingston. I think they should consider other options now, because if they're going to come down the track to him like that, he hasn't got enough.
Well, Livingston's done the right thing. He's seen him coming down. He's bowled it. He's pulled his length back, but he's still allowed Russell to get underneath it. Sorry, Powell to get underneath it.
Well, this last ball will in fact determine probably whether Livingston does get. If it's a dot ball, they might be tempted to keep him on for 1 more. If it goes for a boundary, he'll probably be hoiked off. Here it comes now. Launched, big leading edge. It's in the air, and it has gone about 15 rows back. So that'll be the last we see of Livingston, one imagines.
I think that was a leading middle, to be honest.
Leading middle, yes, I think you're probably right there. Yeah. Well, I suspect that at the end of the 16th on 141 to 6 and 31 off 24 required, that puts West Indies back in the box seat, do you think?
I don't think they're ahead on Douglas anymore. I think they are.
Those 2
England are 10 runs behind now, I think, perhaps.
Yes, that feels about right.
Yeah, those 2 sixes have been really...
Things can change very rapidly, as we know. We've all shrugged our shoulders and written off a match that we thought our team was down and out in, but this is very much looking like West Indies to lose now. Tymal Mills is getting warmed up.
And it shows the importance of having hitters down the order. I know Rodman Powell is in at 6, so you'd expect him to be able to hold a bat, but England's tail fell away, and on paper it looks thin. The West Indies tail looks strong, and that is beginning to show here, I think, with these two at the crease.
Yep, I think that's true. We're having a look at successful run chases at Barbados, and that the highest is a paltry 155, and that was 9 years ago. But I imagine those were perhaps on slightly different wickets. You'd say certainly West Indies top favourites. Yeah.
They don't play a lot of T20s at the Kensington Oval, so they might only have been 2 or 3 matches.
Yes.
In between times.
They would have played at the Coolidge Ground, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Well, it does say at Barbados. I don't know whether they're data.
No, it's definitely the
covered.
Kensington Oval.
Was it?
Yeah.
It's just
I
think it's right that the West Indies, since they had that World Cup, in 2007, have taken their team round, and they play a lot more than they ever used to at places like St Vincent and
Yeah. Well, there won't actually be a lot of T20 between now and the actual T20 World Cup, which is taking place in West Indies and the USA in the middle of next year. I think both sides have only got one more tournament between now and then.
apparently played some part in England not choosing Will Jacks, for example, for the India Test Tour, so we can play some franchise cricket in South Africa.
Well, symbolic of modern priorities. Tom Mills, left arm over, digs it in short, gets it up well, and in fact it troubles Powell just a touch there.
Yeah, that was right into the armpit. I mean, almost. Yeah, he did well to get it, knock it down at his feet, but no, all the fielders so far back. Any battle with that's an easy single generally.
Yeah,
that was an easy single, yes. In fact, it was Andre Russell. I'm getting my L's mixed up, my Russells and my Powells, but it's Powell on strike now. The 30 from 23, the equation.
And Mills as well. There's plenty of L's here.
Right, yes, that's right.
Bloody hell.
That's pulled by Powell, but there'll be a sweeper out there on the boundary, and they'll just come through for the single.
Yeah, bit of extra bounce from Tamal Mills. He is what Frank Bruno you always used to refer to as a big strong boy. Harry, he's a big strong boy, and you can you can see it now across the shoulders. He's what, sort of late 20s, maybe even touching 30 now.
I think Tamal Mills is 31, and I think great shame that he has never really fulfilled his potential. He's not played enough matches because of his multiple injuries over the years. And he comes again. That's a slower, wider ball. Russell waits for it and cuts it wide of the man at cover point, and it will go all the way for one of these.
No, it won't.
No, it won't. It was slowing up on the slow outfield and was caught by the boundary rider, who hurled it in furiously.
Thank you. I have to sometimes piece together, a bit like coming across a medieval manuscript. I have to estimate what the tragedian would have arrived at.
This is forensic.
I got that one wrong.
Investigation in forensic commentary.
Exactly right. Yeah. Okay. Mills in again.
Catch
1-1-2. It's over, and he's launched that one high into the air. And high over the wicketkeeper's head and over the boundary behind the wicketkeeper's head for 6 of these.
I think that probably is the kiss of death. I think they could probably get home now if both of these still got out.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's true.
I don't like that with the bat technology, that the edges are so powerful now that you can top edge a ball for 6 by 20 yards. Really,
it seems unfair. It seems a negation of what the game's about. I could not agree with you more. I mean, that was a false shot and it's gone for 6, so something's wrong. In comes Tymal Mills to Russell. 1-1-2-6 so far this over, and he squirts that one down the leg side, so far down the leg side, in fact, that Russell just watches it sail by, and it's a leg side wide.
Yeah, England had to get a lot right when they came back, and they did initially with Rayan Ahmed and Adil Rashid, but they haven't been able to deal with the aggression that's coming from the other end.
No, you're right. And I think the only thing probably that could lose West Indies this match is if they went overly aggressive over the next 20 balls, because losing wickets is pretty sure going to be the only way they could lose this match. But let's see what happens. Mills in again. kind of slower length ball on middle stump, played off his hips by Russell to the man at square leg.
Yeah, you can't see that happening because they're seasoned professionals, both these players, Powell and Russell, and they know they've got it down to run a ball now. The onus is on England to make something happen.
Yeah, one boundary in each of the next 3 overs will surely be enough.
You would think so. You would think so. 19 from 19 balls. 40 years ago, your money's on England, but it's not 40 years ago anymore. Yeah. 1 ball left of Mills over. His third over, he's gone none for 30 so far, so he's been relatively expensive. And that is cut high past the man at point, and it's gone for another boundary, and that pretty well seals the deal, you would think.
Yeah.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, disappointing over from Tamal Mills, and you can see on his face that he knew he hadn't got that right. And
no, and as you were saying a couple of hours ago, Gary, such fine margins at this level. The difference between the half volley and the Yorker, between the perfectly paced, slower ball and the meat and drink smash. It's this is why they spend so long trying to perfect these things, but they're not robots.
And why the batsmen who are prepared, as England weren't really in the last 10 overs of their innings, to move around in the crease, to come down the track to the spinners, to risk the stumping for the reward of hitting the ball over the top. Well, England are playing their last card here. It's a good one, but he only has 6 deliveries.
Indeed. Of the 18 available Rashid, legitimate deliveries, Rashid will bowl 6 of them. He's on 2 for 14 off his 3 overs. One imagines that Russell and Powell will just be circumspect. And as if in answer to the commentator's comment, a forward defensive from Russell to...
He last played that shot in 2009.
Last played that shot at school.
Yeah.
Yes. In his first year of cricket. In comes Rashid. He's not playing a forward defensive to that one. He has launched 20 rows back and out of the stadium into the Barbados street light.
Yeah, it's into the Caribbean.
There's some tourist who's given up on the game and is just queuing up for the Palms nightclub who has just got plonked over the head by a cricket ball.
Yeah, it was the googly from Rashid, and it did turn,
but yeah, that's off the middle of the bat and still rising when it went over the big screen.
Yeah, he was on one knee.
I think that must be one of the biggest sixes, not just of today, but that I've ever seen. That was
Well, it's another lost ball. As I say, I do hope these West Indians have paid their subs, because that's at least 3 lost balls. I think Kyle Mayer's lost 2 on the roof.
He did.
And that's gone in the ocean.
And they hit another one into the concrete of the stand as well, which damaged it, I think, so they had to replace that one.
I mean, there's a theory, isn't there, that you don't get any more for hitting the ball twice as far as the boundary. But, I mean, it is thrilling, and the West Indians, particularly in the white ball game, they do like a bit of showmanship, and so when they hit it, they really do hit it, don't they?
They really do. Well, indeed, but of course there is some science in that as well, as we saw with the miscued shots, which are off extravagant shots that can miscue for 6 because they're so strongly hit. Now that's a big turner, a big leg break from Rashid, and smiles all round. Russell just played out on the offside because the equation is only 9 off 15. He doesn't need to stay.
You can afford, when the equation's that, to say, well done.
He's just thinking, bomb me a ball I can hit for 6. I'm not going to play.
.6. What will the ball bring? Well, what it'll bring is not a 6 but a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Flat batted through short extra cover, hit very, very hard indeed.
Thank you for filling in the gap on my manuscript. That's good.
Yeah, Rashid went for the very side spinner ball. Normally he's got a lot of overspin. That was very much out of the side of the hand, very side spinning, rotating, and he turned miles as a result.
Yeah, it was a real kicking, like a kicking second serve, wasn't it? That
It was.
slammed back down the line.
But Russell's seeing it well now. He's 24 off 12, strike rate of a mere 200, being outdone by Powell, who's 31 off 14 at the moment. And that's there's a leg break, doesn't turn extravagantly. And it's just turned by Russell for a single.
I don't know how many sixes the West Indies have hit, but it feels like
9,
double figures.
I think. 8 or 9. I'm sure. Possibly more than that. I'll have a look.
It's plenty.
Well, this will be the last ball of Rashid's spell. He's gone for 2 for 25 so far, and it's nurdled round the corner off leg stump to the man on 45. It is in fact stop ball, so he ends on very respectable figures, 2 for 25, but it won't be enough for England because West Indies merely require 4 runs off the next 12 balls.
Yeah.
And as if on cue, guess who's joined us on Twitter and says his usual comment?
Well, it'll be Josie Oakes saying we're doomed.
Correct.
I think we know that. But thanks anyway, Josie. It's nice to hear from. Well, what more is there to say? West Indies needing 4 off 12. Who will be the sacrificial lamb who will be hauled in front of the altar? We're about to find out.
Of these clock fines or whatever they are, the 5-run concession, because England have spent an awful long time getting round to bowling this what will be the last over.
Well,
but partly because the West Indies are changing gloves.
Well, in which case the West Indies will be. Well, they
that's
won't.
the game.
I've never quite about these things work. And that's smashed over point. It may have gone all the way. It may not have done. It doesn't really matter. Russell finishes on 29 off 14. Powell 31 off 15. The West Indies are 172 for 6. They have overhauled England. They've won by 4 wickets. There's handshakes all round. And from a position of reasonable dominance, about 12 or 13 overs into their innings, England have been pretty comprehensively beaten here, Gary.
Yeah, I think the break came at a bad time for England. They had the momentum going in their direction, and although they bowled a decent over, the first one back, once the power hitters of the West Indies got their eyes in, and when you've got power hitters like this coming in at 6 and 8 in Andre Russell and Logan Powell, you do need to be ahead of the game. You do need to have the wind in your sails, and the wind was taken somewhat out of their sails by the shower that came across the ground and play was halted for 35-40 minutes or so. I'm not saying that's the reason England won, or rather England failed to win, because I think the West Indies just outplayed them, especially after England's express start was stalled by 9 wickets going down.
I think the difference, to be honest, Gary, is that the West Indian pace bowlers bowled better. I think the England pace bowlers didn't get the memo, or if they did get the memo, didn't execute their plans. And the pace bowlers for West Indies, Romario Shepherd and Andre Russell, bowled 8 overs for about 40.
Yeah,
and I think that was the difference between the two sides.
Yeah, there's always the back and forth, isn't there? I mean, they did bowl better, but England allowed them to bowl better. No batsman really got set immediately. Liam Livingstone hit a couple of sixes, he got out. But I think that the West Indies hit the ball harder, and they were more aggressive in how they went about disrupting England's lengths and to some extent their lines. They just look to have more aces to play. England need to find a few aces if they're to come back in this short series.
And you look at the West Indian side, and you look at the England side, and you look at in particular the tail. The tail is Shepherd, Russell, Holder, Hussain, Joseph for the West Indies, all of whom can hit the ball very hard. And you look at the equivalent batsmen in the 7 to 11 for England, and you are struggling to see, after Livingston and Curran, where the rest of the runs will necessarily come from.
Yeah. Well, it's quite late. I'm going to sign off, and that's me for the year. I think I'm not doing the commentary on the the other games. So if you are listening, congratulations on sticking with us, and I'll be back for the India Test series, which I'm very much looking forward to, unlike I suspect England. And it's been a delight to be back on Guerrilla Cricket, and a special thanks to Jason, who has a unenviable task in being in the studio on his own, doing so much work that allows us to ride in and take the plaudits, or rather take the glory of having the ball by ball and the summarise, and with a bit like Rita Webb, I think it was, for at the end of the Morgan and Wise show. Is that right?
Oh yeah, yes, that's right. She comes out, doesn't she? Yes.
So you're going to
Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for coming to my show tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then,
thank you, Jason. You've done a brilliant job. Thank you, Gary, for staying awake.
A delight.
And then,
to all our
other colleagues who have disappeared and gone off for a well-earned sleep.
Yeah. I will be with you again tomorrow for the women's test match, so I'm looking forward to that from Mooney Ponds. And meanwhile, I'll hand you over to Jason to wrap up proceedings.
Yep. And the next game from this series is Thursday, 6 p.m. UK time. So I think it's like 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. West Indian time. I don't know who's on the rotor, because I haven't seen the rotor yet, but if I am on the rotor, you will see me and hear me then. But until then, we're going to play you out and say, well done, West Indies. Come back on Thursday and see if you can repeat the deal.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket.